uh, meeting of the Brookline Select Board for March 28th, 2023. Let's start off with any announcements or updates from the Select Board. Anyone, anything to say, John?
Thank you very much. Excuse me. It is that time of year when I hope people have seen some signs springing up in various locations all over town. And I don't mean campaign signs. I mean signs for Team Brookline, which is the combined effort of a number of very, very worthy programs in Brookline, including the Brookline Public Library, the Brookline Community Mental Health Center, and other programs. And they get together, and thanks to the goodwill of the Boston Athletic Association, the sponsors of the Boston Marathon, which gives Brookline a certain number of what they call bibs, which qualify a runner to participate in the marathon. And they give them to Brookline to share with charity runners who will raise money for Team Brookline to then be distributed to the various good causes that I mentioned. And so Team Brookline is out there. They are themselves training for the marathon. Many of them are, well, I won't say many of them, but I think a few of them may be running their first marathon. And they are also seeking support for their individual efforts and for the Team Brookline effort in the form of donations. So if you see one of those Team Brookline signs, or even if you don't, please think of looking up the Team Brookline page and donating for the various runners. You can pick an individual runner, or you can do that and also donate to the team as a whole. And pretty exciting news, I think, which is that on Monday, I'm told, on WCVB, there will be a feature reported by one of the CVB reporters, guy I used to work with by the name of Josh Brogadier, who called me up and said he's been doing a feature where he runs alongside various people at various points along the marathon route. And he wanted to know if there was someone that he might run alongside pre-marathon during training in Brookline. I recommended a wonderful, wonderful member of Team Brookline by the name of Lakshman Swamy. And that feature with Josh and Lakshman Swamy is supposed to be airing on WCVB on Monday. So just wanted to share that good news, but more than anything else, I just want to encourage people to donate generously to Team Brookline.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Miriam.
Thank you. I would just like to take the opportunity to remind everybody that we have a public hearing this Friday at noon for the ARPA committee. Please sign up in advance with Tyler. If you can't sign up in advance, you certainly can show up that day. Typical meeting rules, 3 minutes of time, 30-second warning. We'll ask you to only speak once. You get one bite at that apple. And if you cannot make it, you can email your comments to arpareview@brooklinemass.gov. And if you'd like them read into the record, just please indicate that on the email. Thank you. I miss anything, Mike?
Oh, that's good.
All right.
Anything else? Okay, next, public comment. Now, before John presents the public comment rules, I want to say that if people want to make comments on the MBTA Communities Act, we will be taking comments on it when that item comes up on the agenda, which will be soon. So, John?
And with that, thank you for joining us for public comment. It's an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. We do have a few rules. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Please refrain from personal attacks and from addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may also be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and to respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up, and please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. And Charlie, who is first on our list? Charlie? do you have that? I'm sorry. Didn't mean to catch you off guard.
Anybody in the audience that's hoping to speak a public comment? If not, I believe the first person signed up for public comment was Felina. I'm not seeing her in the audience. She said-
Felina has been promoted.
Oh, thank you. Okay, Felina, you've been promoted. You may unmute and show your video and your 3 minutes will begin.
Good evening, everyone. I'm with everyone tonight to talk about the high possibility of a hybrid town meeting. I know that this was something that was only learned about most recently. I just want to stress the need for it, as I am someone with a lot of allergies. I also had a parent who had COVID and died 3 weeks later. I have a husband who is recovering from various illnesses and has CHF. I have a daughter who has 2 daughters that have other underlying issues. For me, calling in isn't really an option because of the hearing issues that I have. So hybrid through Zoom is the best possible way for me. I don't want to not be able to run for re-election for town meeting because there's no opportunity for hybrid. So with that said, this is why I'm pushing for it and hope that it's something that we can find a way to make happen. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Carolyn Thal. I'm promoting Carolyn now. Carolyn, you've been promoted to a panelist. You may unmute and show your video, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, thank you. I am Carolyn Thal. I am a town meeting member in precinct 16. Just wanted to talk briefly here again about transparency and information giving to the public. I very much appreciate all the work that people are doing around the upcoming ballot questions. And I'm glad that the town is caught up with other municipalities that provide an online tax increase calculator. But I'm sorry to say that what we have online so far falls a bit short. When I plug in my address, I get 3 lines: tax increase due to blah, tax increase due to blah, tax increase due to blah. But there's no context, so it really means almost nothing to me. It's just numbers. I don't know when this tax increase happens or for how long it lasts. Is this the amount my taxes will go up and they'll stay that way? What else is part of the equation? How does it compound? What happens the next year and the next year and the next year, 5 years, 10 years? We know we have the capacity to easily produce that kind of information, detailed projections. And I would really love to see something a little bit more robust here too. I came to this board and other places urging, I think my phrase was, go big or go home on the override. So this is not my opinion. It has nothing to do with my opinion on the questions. I just feel really strongly about information giving to the public. Sorry. I'm just really committed to exquisitely clear information giving on the part of elected officials and public servants. And at the risk of sounding hokey, I just think that's the sacred duty, and it's certainly the obligation. So with appreciation for the work that's been done, I would love to see a little bit more added to the calculator so that people have a bit more understanding. Thank you very much.
Okay, there are 24 attendees at this time and no one is using the hand raise feature. Okay, hold on. We do have one person promoting them now. James Lee, you have been promoted to a panelist. You may unmute and share your video and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hello, thank you. James Lee here, Chair of the Brookline Commission on Disability. I did sign up for public comment, but then I pulled it because I heard the possibility of the hybrid meeting. So I was going to express my disappointment with the fact that there would not be a hybrid town meeting, but now that I hear there is a possibility, I want to re-emphasize the letter that the Brookline Commission on Disability submitted. I've seen a lot of the emails that have gone around regarding this issue. And one of the questions that has come up that I've seen, people say, what did these individuals do before there was these fully remote meetings? Well, I can tell you what they did. Either A, they did not participate, or B, they struggled to participate. And they struggled physically, they struggled financially, and they struggled emotionally. So I want to support fully any opportunity for a hybrid town meeting. It would be extremely beneficial to these individuals who helped us through arguably Brookline's most difficult 3 years. So I really want to emphasize the commission's support of that, and I thank you. Thank you.
Okay, there are 24 attendees at this time, and no one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they would like to speak. We did receive one public comment by email that would be that is pertaining to the MBTA Communities Act that will be discussed later. So we'll read that comment aloud at that time. I think that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Charlie.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I asked if anybody in the audience wanted to speak.
Yeah.
Please join us up here at the presentation station and introduce yourself. Word on this machine. Can you log in?
Can you pull up your email and then I can open the link from there?
Sorry for the delay, folks. We have a video that would like to be shown. I think, do you have a way that you can, do you have an ad?
What if I
account?
post the link, the Google link in the Zoom chat? Can you access the Zoom chat from here and play it from there?
Sure.
While we process it?
Actually, you can't. You can put it in Q&A. You don't have access to the chat. Sure. Devin's on vacation. My email was posted on the agenda in place of Devin. How long is the video?
I'm sorry.
Video that they're hoping to post.
Okay.
Did you hear that, Bernard?
Pardon me? Yeah.
Yeah, we want to wait to get it pulled up.
Okay.
It's a 3-minute video.
That the video of the kids going up in the single engine aircraft?
That should work. Says I need access.
What email is this on?
Zoom user at brooklineinteractive.org.
Could you identify yourself?
Sana Hafiz,
Pardon me?
Precinct 4, National Program Director for VNBC.
I'm sorry. Say your name again.
Sana Hafiz.
Into the mic, I
Okay.
think is the,
Sana Hafiz.
Okay.
You should have access.
who printed out a copy? Thank you. We killed some.
Oh, the
people that
agenda.
agree with that.
Okay.
Download it.
I like the physical act of.
Yeah, so 20th
crossing
century.
off. Yeah. Have
Best
the
way to
packet
do this
open
is
to
go-
get updated, right?
This Windows Media Player. Sorry for the delay. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is share screen. Yeah, exactly.
Call me when you.
Yeah, I do. I hear your mic on that. Trying to help.
No, I mean, the video itself,
Oh, is the video itself more than 3 minutes?
just a little bit, yeah.
I see. Okay, give it a try now. See if you can share the video. All right, sorry for the delay, folks.
Oh.
gonna have sound.
It's a cool video.
Yes. one moment. Sound is shared, although it's not playing.
It's playing, it's just,
Is it a lag?
it looks like it's buffering. Yeah, it looks like it's having trouble playing.
Yeah.
This is a piece of that.
Welcome to the uncertainties of hybrid meetings.
Thanks.
Hey, Janelle.
I posted the link in the Q&A regardless for folks to watch it.
Oh.
Hold on, I have one more.
Go ahead.
Thing might be able to try.
I think the problem is the Wi-Fi in here.
Yeah, it's not ideal. We're gonna try one more thing here and then we will, I think that will be. Yeah, so give this a try, see if it comes through. Slightly better.
Yep.
Turn the volume.
It's
up on
not
this one.
showing up on the Zoom.
It's not, okay, sorry.
We need volume.
Should be. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm kind of, thought that would.
Can you describe the video?
Yeah, could we instead, or perhaps try when we have some time to, troubleshoot?
Okay, well,
We can also post a link to the video in the,
I shared a link in the Q&A.
right, we can post that publicly so that people who are
Oh, that's a
watching this
good idea.
meeting can also watch it. So it will be part
That's
of it.
fine.
That's a good idea.
Can you show the link in the Q&A on the chat?
On this
chat?
screen, sure, yeah.
Yeah.
So we have the link to the video we were trying, that Sana was
I
attempting
mean,
to show
if you
here.
click on that, will
You can, yeah, you can click on this link.
Okay.
You want me to click on it now?
Exactly.
yeah. I mean, if you click on it, will it show up on the screen?
There's an
Perhaps.
interesting idea.
We
There's
could,
an interesting idea.
we could try that. It's,
What happens?
There you go.
So it's, when I click on it, it says video is still processing. Try.
Download,
here.
download any.
Download.
yeah, we can try doing it this way. I'm not sure, again, I'm not sure entirely that this is the ideal way to do this. We can,
So, Son, is this the
Right.
video of the kids?
It's another version,
Oh, it's a different.
another video of
okay,
the same-
But same,
similar content.
similar. Okay, all right. Well, I hope you can run it.
trying all kinds of new
It's a
things.
nice video.
All right, this will hopefully work. There you go.
All right.
But just so you know, it's still not coming up on the Zoom.
Sorry. I think we can show it on Zoom. We can show it on Zoom. Thank you for telling me, Miriam. We can show it on Zoom, but it is likely to still have the same,
Yeah.
the same stutter. Yeah. So we'll give that a try. Do you now see it on Zoom, Miriam?
I can see it.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is.
All right. I'm gonna start it over.
Thank you.
Yeah, because also I need the captions.
Oh. Mhm.
I'm not sure we had sound on the share, but either way.
Additionally, I sent you an email regarding the other speakers that have yielded their time.
We don't do yielding of time usually. Everyone has 3 minutes. You can't combine multiple speakers. But it's up to the select board.
Yeah, I'd like you to sort of give us some background or context
I
for
would
the,
love to.
for the film. And I'll give you a minute to do that.
All right. As we can see here, we have a video of some of our youths flying at the Beverly Flight Center in Danvers, Massachusetts. There's many videos like this that we've been waiting on editing because they're quite historic and we're trying to document these things what they deserve. We will be sharing more videos in the future. That's Arthur there at the beginning of the video. He witnessed the moment where each of our students took their first flight. BNBC took not one, not two, not three, or even four kids on their first flight where they were the pilot in command. They were in control of the aircraft, and you can even see the instructor taking a photo at one point because they were extremely comfortable with the skill level of the student. This is history being made. In my own time, I have never seen this many Black kids take their first flight, and having been taught by elite Black instructors. Arthur himself spoke about the impact and generations-long ramifications of this program and what we have accomplished. We were shocked and disappointed that Arthur didn't reiterate these sentiments when we submitted our proposal. Mind you, this has all been done prior to any funding. This is what we do with little to nothing. Imagine what we can do with 1.7 million for aviation. This is just a small tidbit of what we're capable of. I would like to continue to address some other things that are related to the video if I'm given time.
Uh, How long?
How about you just stop me when you think that's a good time?
No, tell me how long you want. We have a
Uh,
very packed agenda and I don't
2
want,
minutes?
I'll give you 1 minute.
All right. On top of that, in round two, there's 10 million available for vulnerable populations, but none from round one has trickled down from the entities that it was awarded to. We cannot keep rewarding entities that have proven to be ineffective. We've submitted the necessary paperwork and we have still not received our 50K from round one as well. We cannot intentionally be ineffective when we know this way doesn't work. On top of that, we've met with Chaz and Abba and other leaders. We really appreciate all the work all of you do, but upon looking at the BCF website and their grants and organizations they work with, we see that many of the same entities applying for ARPA funds have already been applying to BCF funding as well. BNPC received funding for our CAP program from the BCF Safety Net program. We believe that the BCF Safety Net program is effective for these smaller grants. Additionally, the Brookline Food Pantry receives funding from BCF and has historically done so. And as Elizabeth said in the last meeting, we did meet with you and will continue to do so. However, we are still far from a step in the right direction. We support your grant request and think that it should come from BCF funding as it always has, which drives my larger point. Many of these smaller requests can be fulfilled by BCF as they have been in the past. Larger requests such as ours should be granted through this once in a lifetime ARPA funding. This is the most equitable way and the most efficient way to redistribute these funds and clear up issues of equity. Some organizations are now in 2023
Okay,
scrambling.
Excuse me. Can you wrap up?
Yes.
Okay.
Other orgs in 2023 are scrambling for diversity initiatives to show that they're active in the community. We are active. We have been active. Now organizations are coming to us to ask our advice. If we are good enough to give advice, we're good enough to receive funding.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. So it sounds like this is questioning the process by which the ARPA grants were given. So we're having a hearing on Friday where those issues can be raised. Correct, Miriam?
Happy to see everybody Friday
Okay.
at noon.
Will do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on to minutes for March 21st, 2023. I see that the minutes have not been completed, so I can hold those and go on to other miscellaneous items. We have a lot.
And we do.
I'm gonna just read them real quickly. If anyone has questions or want to make comments about any of the particular ones that you've seen in your agenda, they can do so. So, question of accepting various sponsorships from with respect to the Brookline Asian American Family Network. Question of awarding a contract for the boardwalk and stair repairs at the Baker School. Question of approving a extra work order for the school grounds maintenance. I assume that's generally throughout the district. Question of approving an extra work order for temporary seasonal refrigeration at the Jack Carane Ice Rink. Question of approving a contract for the Greeno Street and Davis Avenue improvements. Question of approving a contract amendment related to the Cypress Street Playground project. Question of approving a change order related to the Michael Driscoll School project. Question of approving the final town funding commitment to the Brookline Housing Authority for the 32 Marion Street project. Question of approving a temporary all alcohol beverages sales license with respect to a White Lightning Ball. It sounds like type of liquor we don't want in town. To be held at the Lars Anderson Auto Museum. Question of approving various temporary wine and malt beverage non-sales license for the Brookline Education Foundation, Brookline Hall of Fame, and another Brookline High School event. And finally, question of approving a temporary wine and malt beverage sales license to Brookline Interactive Group for a nonprofit fundraiser. Any questions regarding any of those? John? Yes, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
my list included a couple of items that you didn't mention and did not include one item that you did mention. So I'm a little confused.
Okay, your list is probably more accurate than mine.
I don't know, but starting with the question of approving an authorization to hire a request from the police department, that was 4B. And then 4J, accessible pedestrian signal improvements phase 2. I didn't hear that read. And I didn't hear 4K read. Question of approving the following for Planning Community Development Department, the amount of 5,000 for mailing envelopes.
Okay.
And the one that I didn't have was the Marion Street one, but I'll leave it to Charlie to to let us know if that should be on
I
there.
would use the one that Kate just
Okay.
put in
Oh,
front of you. And I
I
think,
have a paper
oh,
copy.
okay, okay.
Yeah.
So let me add to the list. Question of approving an authorization to hire a request from the police department for an administrative assistant. Question of awarding and executing a contract for accessible pedestrian signal improvements. And question of approving following appropriation transfer within the Planning and Community Development Department in the amount of $5,000 for mailing envelopes from economic development and long-term planning salaries to planning office supplies. Okay, with those, John, Mike.
Yeah, I have a question about 4D. It's 594,340 for work at the Baker School. And I realize we just signed, we have that big fat contract sitting on the desk to actually sign. But I wonder if it is, can we get, Chaz, do we have, or Charlie, you have any background on what that's about?
The tennis courts, reconstructing the tennis courts, the existing boardwalk. and
Okay.
That's moving forward due to the grant that we received.
Okay, yeah, thank you. That's then the second half of is what I was interested in. All right,
Is
that's
this
fine.
is this 594,340 partially paid by the donation from Hancock Village?
I believe
Okay,
so, yes.
Okay.
okay. Any other questions?
Can I vote on a fundraiser I'm gonna go drink at?
We're all gonna go drink it.
Okay.
And I can find out when the white lightning's gonna be served, I'll be there too. Okay, hearing no more questions, all in favor of those miscellaneous items from 4B through 4N, please indicate by saying aye. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. And I apologize for not having this paper agenda in front of me, but relying on my notes, but that's life. Okay, next. Housing Advisory Board Housing Trust Fund recommendation. Question of approving a recommendation by the Housing Advisory Board for a final commitment of up to $6.525 million to the Brookline Housing Authority for the proposed 115-unit affordable housing project at 32 Marion Street. Half of this commitment shall be fulfilled through funds previously received from Welltower Inc., which is developing the site at the former Newberry College, while the remaining commitment will be made from uncommitted funds available through the Brookline Affordable Housing Trust. You want to discuss that, or do we have someone from the Housing Advisory Board?
Joe, I think is Joe Viola from the planning department is available to speak on this. Thank you, Joe. And Maria as well. Maria Maffei is available as well.
Both have been promoted to panelists.
Great. Thank you. So, good evening. I'm Joe Viola, Assistant Director for Community Planning. I think, as was noted, Maria Maffei is here as well. Maria is the BHA's Director of Redevelopment. Roger Blood was supposed to be here this evening, but I'm here to present the HAB's recommendation. I think, Bernard, you just read the majority of what the HAB had voted at its January 25th meeting. As the select board, the memorandum to the select board from HAB notes, the HAB unanimously recommends your approval of the BHA's requested adjustment to the timing of its inclusionary zoning cash payment by the town. This will advance the timely and cost-efficient redevelopment of the Colonel Floyd site at 32 Marion Street. As the HAB's recommendation, you previously approved a payment of $6.525 million earmarked from the town's Affordable Housing Trust. And the source of those funds was through a negotiated payment with Welltower. As you all know, the luxury senior housing development at the former Newberry College campus. The Welltower payment was scheduled to occur in 250% increments, once upon the initial permitting, and at the second occurring at the issuance of the project certificate of occupancy. To date, the town has received half of that payment, $3.265 million. That funding is earmarked for the Marion Street project, and the second payment is expected in later fiscal year 2024. So the request from the Housing Authority is to advance the second of these two equal payments ahead of the trust fund's final receipt from the Welltower project. HAB was in favor of this. Advancing the payment will enable the BHA to proceed with the construction at 32 Marion Street while reducing substantially its construction financing costs, somewhere to the estimated $900,000 in cost savings to the BHA. We don't believe, HAB and planning staff do not believe that advancing the payment from the Affordable Housing Trust would entail any significant risk to the town. The Housing Trust at this time has significant unencumbered funds to provide the temporary bridge financing to the BHA, and as well, the Welltower project is well underway and on schedule to make its second payment. So with that, the HAB had asked for your vote of approval for its recommendation of a full $6.525 million commitment to the 32 Marion Street project, to include the conditions of approval as noted in the HAB memorandum to the select board dated March 23, 2023. I'm available, and I know Maria is here as well to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any questions from the select board?
No, I'm impressed by the, that number for, savings and financing. I've been through the existing facility with, Michael Alperin, who ran a little walkthrough recently and explain what's going to be done. I think this is great. To get it started early would be wonderful.
Yeah. Good. Okay, let's vote.
Yep.
So this can get underway. So I move approval of the Housing Advisory Board Trust Fund recommendation with respect to commitment of up to $6.525 million to the Brookline Housing Authority for the Marion Street project. All in favor? John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Thank you. Thank you,
everyone.
Joe.
You
Thank
too.
you, Maria.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
That was great.
Okay, next, main event.
Actually, very nearly.
Pardon me?
You've got boards and.
Oh, I'm
Yeah, very
sorry.
nearly, we have naming committee boards. and
No,
commissions
that's right.
first. Yep.
Again, I have to apologize. This is getting to be a habit. Boards and commission interviews, the following candidates for appointment, reappointment to boards and commissions will appear for interview. The naming commission, we have two interviewees, Harry Friedman and Kevin McKenzie. Okay, Harry, you want to step up first?
Harry's going to join us at the presentation station.
So tell us who you are and why you want to be on this committee and what you can contribute to it.
Okay, my name's Harry Friedman. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 12. I'm the vice chairman of the advisory committee. I've been on the naming committee for, I think, about 12 years. I claim some credit for starting the naming committee. At my very first town meeting in 2002, there was a warrant article to rename St. Mark's Square at Marion Street and Park for a recently deceased Brookline resident who had been a judge, I believe. And I tried to contact the petitioners, Miss Linda Dean and Mr. Seymour Ziskind, about this because I thought that renaming this square was not a great idea. They did not get back in touch with me, so at my very first town meeting, I spoke in opposition to the warrant article. I was soon joined by a representative from Precinct 7, Bill Coughlin, whose wife was the minister at St. Mark's Church, which is part of the United Parish. And we ended up brokering a compromise on the floor of town meeting. It is now, I believe, the Henry Crowley Park at St. Mark's Square. And a couple of years later, the select board saw fit to devise the naming committee. The naming committee basically has served in a reactive role. We've vetted names for proposed name changes. And I believe that our major role has been to avoid embarrassment of people who might be honored or want to be honored at town meeting when there is significant opposition, or it's just not a good idea, or the people being nominated don't meet the criteria for the renaming. The committee goes by the renaming criteria set up by the select board and by the park commission, by the school department. And we vet these things. Sometimes we succeed. Sometimes we fail. The proposal goes to town meeting, and sometimes town meeting passes it and sometimes it doesn't. But I think from an historic point of view, it's an important committee in town. It's one of the few committees, along with preservation, that is really set up to consider the history of the town and what things are named for. And like I said, I've been on it for a number of years. We meet infrequently because there's not a whole lot of business before us, but I think I do a good job, and I bring, as I do to several of the bodies in which I serve, a point of view that's not necessarily the majoritarian view of representatives in the town of Brookline.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Miriam.
Hi, Harry. Thank you. I think I still remember we did my first wooden bark was with you.
Yes.
So I'm on the committee. This naming committee now is being reconvened because the Heath School is undergoing a process by which to rename itself. That's been going on for over a year now, really driven by the students and those folks that work and play and learn at Heath. And so having been a part of watching that whole process come together, I guess my question is, if it's about process and you see a process in place, even you may not necessarily agree with the outcome, how do you reconcile that?
I think you have to look at the process. I think you have to, look very closely at the process. I mean, I hate to say it, the process for the renaming of the Ridley School at the school department level was, I think, not great. I think kids were given a list of names from which to choose, and it was not open to other names. And when I spoke at the presentation of these other names to both the superintendent of the schools and to, I believe, the principal of, at that time, the devotion, and I said, I don't really understand these names. If you're insisting upon a woman of color, I said, you should use Fannie Lou Hamer. And I was met with blank stares. It was obvious they had no idea who she was. And, I sort of moved on my way. So I think you have to look at how good the process was. I think you have to respect the process. But if it's a lousy idea or the suggested name is not a good name, I think you have to go with your judgment and say, no, it's not a good idea. And it's not necessarily just because it's a good process that the process necessarily comes up with good answers.
I guess my concern here from what I'm hearing from you is that if you don't like the name, then it's not a good process. That concerns me.
No,
So
that's not what I'm saying.
So then,
Saying you have to look at the process. If the process is good, whether or not I like the name, I think the process needs some respect. But the warrant article will be to rename something with another name. And I think you have to look at also the suggestion, whether or not you think it's a good one, despite the fact that the process may or may not have been good. Yeah. We're going to disagree on this, Miriam.
yeah, I
so.
think so.
Well, yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, from my
I disagree.
from my standpoint, I mean, your contrarian point of view maybe is very helpful. May open up some questions that maybe we haven't been thinking about.
I don't know.
John.
Thank you. So Harry, just so that people maybe better understand this process and the role of this committee, you mentioned, that there's an upcoming warrant article that's going to propose the renaming of the Heath School. Is that?
Well, I'm assuming from what Miriam has said that at some point it goes to it has to go to a warrant article. So
Right.
no, it's not in this town meeting.
Would it
but
go through the naming committee first or not?
It usually goes through the naming committee to get a recommendation to town meeting. The
Okay.
fact that the naming committee says, if the naming committee were to say no, that the naming committee has said no before that for things that have been renamed.
Yeah.
They can then bring the process to town meeting, and then it's up to town meeting. And the naming committee's recommendation is weighed along with the select board's recommendation, the advisory committee's recommendation, anybody else's recommendation.
I just want to make note of something which, if anybody thinks that it's easy to find agreement on renamings of buildings, they need to look at what's happening in Boston with Faneuil Hall. And, Mayor Wu, who I don't think anybody equates with, Harry Friedman, has been having a lot of problem with the suggestion of renaming Faneuil Hall. Hasn't given her consent to it yet, and in fact has not agreed to meet with some folks who have been protesting outside her office on a regular basis to get a meeting with her. I'm not judging either side of that question. In fact, if I did judge it, I'd probably judge it in favor of the folks who want to rename Faneuil Hall. But so many considerations come to bear on renamings, considerations of history, considerations of custom, considerations of who you are honoring, but who you might be essentially dishonoring, by saying this name is no longer worthy. And it's not going to be easy, and it's not going to be easy to choose, who's the perfect candidate to be on a renaming commission. But I think one of the things we should perhaps agree on is it's not necessarily a bad thing to have somebody who disagrees with the proposal that comes before the naming committee. I think without somebody to say, have we thought this about the downsides of this, I'm not sure we will always come to the best decisions. And so if Harry has played that role, I say thank you, Harry. And I'll reserve judgment on, this appointment, but I just want people to kind of take that into consideration, that being in disagreement with what turned out to be the final choice might not be a disqualifier, for being on the committee.
I just want to say that, the Ridley School was an aberration in what the naming committee has done over the last 15 years. Most of the renamings or namings that come before it are to name, for instance, a corner or an intersection after a vet. There was a consideration to name a local park after a former public figure. And it came before the naming commission and we said, this is a great idea, but that particular figure wanted their spouse named too. And we pointed out that the park commission's own regulations, the spouse did not meet the criteria. And had that gone to town meeting, it, I think, would have been embarrassing for everybody. It did not go to town meeting. They found another way to honor the couple, which was great. We had another circumstance where a portion of Cypress Field was asked to be renamed for a former coach, I believe. And we asked them, what did the Park and Rec Commission say? And we were told, well, the Park and Rec Commission says that the person doesn't meet their criteria. And we said, well, we agree. And it then came back a year later and we said, what the Park and Rec Commission say? And they said, the Park and Rec Commission thinks it meets the criteria. And we said, how does it meet the criteria? The answer was the person had been a member of town meeting and had voted for budgets that increased park funding. And I thought, well, then name it after me. I've been in town meeting for 20 something years. I've voted for, budgets. And then of course I realized actually I probably didn't.
I was just
I
gonna
was
say.
gonna say that. Yeah.
You guys
So,
vote yes.
yeah,
Harry.
right.
It wouldn't have been named after me. But I mean, these are the more usual things so that the naming committee, with which we deal.
So,
Yeah, go
if I could comment, I was on the advisory committee with Harry for, I don't know how many years, a dozen or so, almost a dozen. And there were many times when he had an opinion that was not the opinion of the majority. Many times it wasn't my opinion, but the logic with which he presented it was impeccable. And I value that. And I think it's important to say that whatever one may think of a contrarian, and I think Harry would characterize himself that way. Is that a fair statement?
I think in the town of Brookline, I would.
You're a contrarian in the town of Brookline. Okay. I'll certainly go with that. Whatever one may say, I think as John says, sometimes having a contrarian to just sort of tap you on the shoulder and remind you to think it again is a good idea.
I would like to be able to respond because
Okay. Briefly.
these are really directed at me. So I'd like
No,
to be
no,
able to
that's
respond.
on the contrary. You're doing something to
Yeah,
him.
I'm not
So-
sure why you think that, but go ahead.
So, well, because I don't have any problem with the contrarian on the naming committee.
Yeah.
I have a problem with being contrary for the sake of being contrary.
Oh, I don't think that's honestly, I haven't seen that.
Okay.
Really haven't.
Because in my experience, the example, Harry, that you gave about there was a process, you didn't like it, so you suggested a name.
But
To me,
Miriam,
doesn't,
the
that's.
name I suggested was, they had already come up with names.
Right, but it seems to me like that's not a solution.
It's not a solution. It wasn't meant to be a solution. It was simply pointing out to them that there were other people who might have been honored. And I named a prominent person who might have been honored, and they showed no recognition that they had ever heard of this person. That's all I was pointing out.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on.
Right here.
Any other questions? I'll just say this, always good to have a contrarian, as we're calling it, on committees, because at least in my case, I'm not always right. And sometimes the contrarian will raise an issue that I've overlooked. And that's very helpful in terms of strengthening my understanding and my position on various issues. And sometimes a contrarian will learn something. So
I am not always right. And I
I'm
will say
shocked to hear
that,
that.
when I am not one of the people who, for instance, votes not to terminate town meeting or just so that it's never unanimous. I have a good reason for the way I vote. And if you look at any of my negative votes and you want to know the reason I voted that way, I'm more than happy to sit down and tell people. But I will accept the title of contrarian in this room.
yeah, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so
We
much.
will be making appointments at a later meeting, and as you know, and you'll hear from us.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Next, Kevin McKenzie.
Hello.
Hello. Please introduce yourself, why you want to be on the naming committee, and what you think you have to offer.
My name is Kevin McKenzie. I am a teacher over at the Lawrence School and a very proud Brookline educator. And I live over in sort of the Cleveland Circle part of Brookline. It's not really Cleveland Circle, but it's Brookline. It's just right next to it. And so I live pretty close over to Heath too, which has been mentioned a couple times. And as a teacher, I am incredibly impressed by the hard work the students and Heath community have been doing. I was really impressed by Dr. Civilis's presentation on this very topic, and I want to make sure that their perspectives are considered by all of us in town, including those on the naming committee. And as a history teacher specifically in town, I have that perspective to offer as well as a member of the naming committee. I am a researcher in many ways, and I have to help my students with hard questions, help them answer them, help them ask me hard questions, and I have to answer their hard questions too. So I think this is a great opportunity, and I am very impressed that Brookline even has a naming committee. My original hometown had no such thing. And so I think it's a really important process. And I look forward to seeing where things go with Heath, but also any other attempt in town to honor someone, or either by naming something for the first time or by renaming it.
Okay, any questions from the select board? Miriam?
No?
I mean, have a question if you want. but
Okay,
I'll
Mike.
Let Mike answer.
Yeah, in an effort to learn a little bit more about you, I've been looking at your posts on Twitter or your tweets on Twitter. And they're kind of interesting because it sounds like you are, from a sort of political contrast, the opposite end of things from Harry.
Oh, so I'll let you finish the question.
Yes,
So it's interesting to have two people who I think of as bookends in this discussion. I will say to you that you need to be aware of the fact that when you post on social media, the world can see it. And to suggest to you that if you do become a member of any Brookline committee, you be aware of that fact. It's not a constraint, but it's something that you just need to remember, that if you're speaking and you're viewed as a representative of the town, you have to be temperate in your remarks. That's all I have to say.
Let me ask a question. As a history teacher, you say that you look at a process of naming. how do you as a history teacher sort of help students in particular go through that process in a way that's going to result not in the popular, result, but in a result that is defensible both historically as well as otherwise?
Yeah, and so part of what we do in our history classes is students have to take sides on an issue and then write about it, research it, and then at times even debate it. And so not everyone's going to feel the same way. One example is we do a writing process surrounding Hammurabi's Code. And do you think it's just based off of these laws that say if you slap your father, your hand gets cut off? Or do you think that's unjust? And almost
That's an
always,
easy one.
many students say that's
Yeah,
unjust.
the answer is yes.
But you have some that really will strongly defend that no, Hammurabi's Code was just because of all these other things it did. And this one thing doesn't eliminate his intentions. And so even though they're in the one person out of 1920 might share that opinion and share it with the class, they're able to sort of come to a consensus and focus on the evidence of it. So what is your reasoning for thinking this? And sort of take away that emotion out of it and just say, this is the evidence that it is just. And this is why I think that way. So really getting into the evidence and looking at it and now analyzing it for yourself and then sharing that analysis with others.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy when you're dealing with a situation like Hammurabi's Code, but what about when you're dealing with what in this town is a very emotional issue, and that is the issue of slavery and whether the fact that person that a school is named after may have owned a slave, and whatever that means in the context of Massachusetts. I mean, it's not as easy as the Hammurabi Code, and it takes a little more for a history teacher in particular to help students get beyond maybe the sort of simple way of looking at that.
Yeah.
So I mean, so talk to me about how you would address a situation that is not as simple as the Hammurabi Code, at least to us, is not as simple.
Yeah, and so with something like that, students really have to think for themselves about what is your perspective on this? What are the values that you hold, that you think our community holds? And how do you think that they really translate with this idea that's up for discussion? Whether that be Hammurabi's Code in the example I gave, or in the case of renaming a school or other location after someone who owned an enslaved person, right? That's something you have to think about that for your own context first and start there. And it does start with some reflection, self-reflection, and then ideally also some investigation of, all right, well, what does this side say on this issue? What is the argument for renaming this? Or what is the argument against renaming it? Sort of looking at both sides, look at the evidence both suggest, and then you do have to sort of make a decision for yourself as a student. And so I really encourage mine to go in thoughtfully and to look at the different pieces of evidence they can find that I provide for them, that we find together through our research process, and then come to their own conclusion. But then just, again, that make sure that that conclusion is based in evidence and not just, well, I feel this way and that's how I feel. Like, okay, what is the reason why you feel this way?
So
What are the facts that you have?
at the elementary school level in particular, kids are subject to, for example, white kids saying, if you don't agree with this, you're a racist. And Black kids, the most insidious part, being told that if you don't agree with this, you're not Black enough. And it seems to me the teacher's role to sort of get above that and help kids to sort of understand what may not be a popular idea.
Definitely.
And I guess I don't get that from what you're saying.
And it's thinking deeper about those ideas. Like you have to think about what the actual thing is that you're discussing, not just the superficial, like labeling it. Like what is the actual issue? What are the sides of the issue? What is the issue itself?
Could I
Sure.
just say, I'm really,
Of course.
I'm a little perplexed at this line of questioning for the naming committee. It feels a little, I just feel like these two interviews are so binary that we have somebody who is contrarian and we're like, yay. And we have somebody who bookends that and we're grilling him about how he teaches his
Well, I'm
students.
just asking questions. I'm sorry.
I'm just telling you how it feels.
Okay.
As somebody who's watching this go down, and I don't understand it. So I agree they're bookends, then we need both bookends. And I feel like we've somehow gotten we've gotten into something else in terms of the discussion of naming and renaming in history. And if I feel alone in that, but I need to say something because it seems a little out of bounds. And Mike, sorry to you too. We have many members on committees and town meeting members who say lots of really, really inappropriate stuff on social media.
Oh, I agree.
So I didn't know where that warning came from. It wasn't me because I don't tweet anything.
Well, no,
But-
that, yeah, so,
Are we
I
raising
think the-
hands or are
the-
we just like free form here? I'm
What,
serious.
Did you have your hand up?
I
John?
did have my hand
Let
up.
John go first.
Sorry.
okay, I'm directed to me, so.
Yeah. I get it. Well, I just want, I want to say, that, of all the things I thought we would end up discussing tonight, Hammurabi's code was not on my list. And, I also want to say that Kevin should thank, Mike for driving up his Twitter following by making you seem to be an extraordinarily controversial person. Let me
not a
finish.
follower,
Let
not a
me
follower.
finish. Let me finish. But aside from that, a serious question is simply this. In preparation for this, have you read the naming committee bylaw? And you have. And do you agree with it in terms of what the criteria should be for people to be considered for naming?
Yeah, I do.
You do? Okay, good, great. Thanks, Kevin.
Of course.
Mike.
So, I really have to separate the two. My comment about there being bookends is a positive comment.
I took it as a positive.
Okay, all right, for both of them. So the comment about Twitter, I think it was a reasonable remark and just a remark. Yeah. It's advice from an old guy to a young guy.
Yeah.
And as I understand, some of your Twitter comments have generated counter comments.
Yeah,
And-
that's
and
how
the-
That's how
public.
Twitter
That,
works.
How it works.
well, no, that has been directed to this discussion tonight, so.
Yeah.
Anyway, any other questions? Okay,
Oh,
thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Kevin.
Still want to be on the committee after this.
We're
Right.
not, well, you are on the committee. Questions do you want to be on with you?
No, I'm in on the naming committee. And can I totally unrelated, just so you
Just
all
briefly,
know,
yeah.
the CDICR person who's going to be representing the CDICR on the naming committee is also more towards Harry's thinking. So I have a no already that we have suggested somebody who comes with a very critical lens to renaming.
Great,
So
it'd be a fun committee.
I just want it to be balanced,
Okay,
neutral.
well, not neutral, just balanced.
Just balanced. Yes,
Yeah.
you're right. Not neutral, just balanced. Agreed.
Okay, so now the main event. MBTA Communities Update and Public Hearing. Before we start,
I
let
gotta
me,
run to the ladies, but you start.
do you want to take a 5-minute break for everyone?
Yeah,
I mean, we don't have to. I'll be real quick, but if you want to.
Let's take what Heather used to call a bio break,
all right.
5 minutes.
Yep, okay.
See
Thank
you
you.
back at 6:10.
Mhm.
Who knew? Naming could be so fun.
Okay, so just load, okay. We're here. Yep. Now you can- I want to share. So the share.
Yes.
This.
I'm not sure where you're switching.
Okay. Okay. Oh. This one, right here? Well, it's actually.
On.
Yep,
Are
we're
we
good.
back on the air? We weren't on the air before, I hope. Okay.
Oh, thank you. At least that didn't get broadcast,
Okay.
but I do appreciate
are
it.
now?
Kelly.
Okay. Are we on?
We are, yes.
Okay, so this is the first of a series of monthly updates from the planning department on the progress of a proposed warrant article relative to the MBTA Communities Act. Also of importance are two upcoming workshops to discuss other ideas for compliance that have been proposed. And relative to developing those other ideas, we have a warrant article 24, that has been filed for the annual town meeting. Warrant Article 24 is aligned with the Select Board's efforts to engage with the Department of Housing and Community Development, and it seeks a moderators committee to identify alternative options for compliance with the MBTA Communities Act. The Select Board and Town Administrator are working to implement this warrant article before town meeting so that these issues are worked out. Tonight's discussion will proceed as follows. First up, Maria Morelli of the Planning Department has a PowerPoint presentation, including pages addressing the Select Board's February 14 resolution to the Planning Department. Kara Bruton will then present the edited letter from the Select Board to the Department of Housing and Community Development. Correct, Kara? Okay. Then we'll have a Select Board discussion of the edited letter. And I'd like to propose that we also mention in the letter, something that's not in what's in your packet, that the Select Board, mention in the letter, the Select Board resolution of February 14, and attach it to the letter as an exhibit, because it provides some context for the letter and other things that we're doing. Following that, we'll have public comment. And following that, the Select Board will have a discussion based on those comments, as well as other things. So at the end of this discussion, I will offer a motion to authorize the chair to sign the draft of the letter that the Select Board has agreed upon and send it to the Department of Housing and Community Development. So with that, Maria, show us your slides.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board and Town Administrator Carrie. I'm Maria Morelli, Senior Planner in the Regulatory Division of the Planning Department, and I'm really thrilled to be here on behalf of the planning team. This has really been a team effort, and we are really glad to provide a sincere and robust response to the very comprehensive resolution instructions that you've given to staff. Because people are coming into this at different points, we wanted to provide a really brief recap. This is what the planning team is proposing. We are proposing a zoning update for Harvard Street that would reinforce its already existing 3.5 to 4-story Main Street character. And this is both residential and commercial uses. This would introduce specific enforceable design standards, and it would minimize existing housing demolition. And also, this proposal would be an attempt to comply with the MBTA Communities Act. So what is the MBTA Communities Act? A zone minimum of 41 acres near rapid transit to allow multifamily housing without discretionary permits or waivers. Zoning must achieve a theoretical capacity of 6,990 units, and the zoning shall be implemented by December 31st, 2023, or the town is subject to potential penalties or legal action by the Attorney General. I want to make it clear that all uses are allowed, no uses are prohibited, and no residential uses can be mandated. And we'll respond to how this actually an opportunity and not a constraint. So the board's resolution to staff in February is a great resolution. It's great because it encompasses, it embraces all of the policy areas that planning staff works on. It doesn't pay lip service to the MBTA Communities Act. It actually wants to or attempts to stimulate housing growth. And furthermore, it goes beyond the act, which is something that we find commendable as staff. The goals here to protect and expand the commercial uses and tax base, to increase the net amount of non-luxury housing suitable for all stages of life, and to facilitate racial, ethnic, and income diversity. These are listed as town goals, and it's a point of pride to staff that you are using this resolution and the opportunity to comply with the MBTA Community Act to reinforce these goals. So I'll get to the resolution, the individual pieces when I go through the presentation. But something that we've heard, this is feedback that staff takes very seriously. Different people, there's a lot of participation in Brookline, and we love that. But different people are coming to this project with different perspectives. Some people have been talking about these concepts for a long time. Other people are very new to these concepts and want to learn more. And other folks are just thinking beyond the MBTA Communities Act and want to talk about options for compliance or options for growth. And what we want to do is use this opportunity, this project, to be inclusive, to make sure that nobody feels left out or that they've missed something, something's rushing past them. So some of the ways that we're going to do this, we're going to have a robust schedule of public meetings and workshops. What we want to do at the top of those workshops is provide a recap so that everyone feels that they can use those terms and understand what's going on. And then we will have other workshops where we can get really in the weeds and take on those complex issues that people are really eager to talk about. So we're asking for some patience with the community to make sure that all participants feel included in this process. So the first resolution is about community engagement, and this is where we're going to start. March 15th, we wasted no time with a community kickoff, and we had over 250 participants, which was amazing. We are already meeting in small groups and site walks. Lots of people have contacted me after the kickoff, and they wanted to do a site walk. I'm going on a site walk tomorrow. They've called me. We are going to be reaching out to all community groups, precincts, neighborhood associations, shop owners, and property owners to meet one-on-one if possible. This, of course, is the first of monthly updates to the select board with public comment. In April, there is going to be a very robust schedule. Beginning with April 4th, the planning director, Kara Bruton, will host the first workshop to discuss the community's ideas for compliance. We'll discuss options that staff has explored, and we will also discuss ideas that the public has. There will be another workshop almost 2 weeks later, and then we will report to the select board in April. I've already met with our form-based zoning consultant, Opticos Design, and thank you for executing the contract. We're really pleased. We had a great kickoff meeting. And what Opticos will be doing is providing me in early April with a timeline, getting very specific about the tasks and the topics for various public workshops. So this timeline will actually get more specific related to the form-based zoning project. We would like you to hold some dates for public meetings in May. Again, we'll get more specific. And then I do have to be, the project manager in me really has to play hardball with some dates. So if we want to meet compliance and we don't want penalties, we are going to have to entertain a final draft in August in order to be submitting that to town meeting in early September when the warrant closes. That means that we have an interim draft, a cohesive draft to come up with in late June. So those are some parameters that we do want to work with, and I do feel very confident that we can meet them in a way that is going to be fair and robust. The communication channels that we have in place, we have 2 websites. One is related to the Harvard Street multifamily mixed-use study, which Director Bruton was the key driver in ensuring that this commenced and actually got done. It's been ongoing for the past 2 years. I also have Zoom staff hours, about 8 hours a week, every week, March and April. And we will be posting scheduled public meetings related to the Harvard Street project on this website. We also have a lot of information on the MBTA Communities Act webpage. Again, all of our presentations are posted, as well as updates from the state. A little bit about the March 15 community kickoff. I will be very brief. This was, again, almost over 250 people attended. And I have to say that the comments and the questions really reflect the care and participation that the Brookline community brings continually. And that's what makes it so gratifying to work here. The purpose of the meeting was really to help people understand the physical reality, the place type of the existing neighborhood, and then to envision how that Harvard Street, Main Street type could be reinforced and replicated where there is opportunity for growth with objective design standards. So on that note, we're really launching, this is not the end of the community process, we're actually launching that community planning process to shape and refine those objective standards for Harvard Street. The findings that the staff presented was that this is really a Main Street mixed-use urban center, 3 to 4 stories with 1 to 2 story buildings, and that those storefronts are really the focal point for neighborhood retail services and housing. The buildings are very close to the sidewalk with minimal setbacks, and there's a great deal of high permeability. So you're strolling, you can see through in those storefronts, and you can also enter those spaces. And that's an important part and character that we want to maintain. The approach here was really, we described the different intervention levels for zoning update. Harvard Street is really unusual in that we have a district that that 4-story model is still economic, and we want to reinforce it. It's unusual in that half the parcels have some capacity for growth. Some places where you're reinforcing, there is no opportunity for infill or for growth. And Harvard Street is unusual in that respect. Now, of course, there are other districts where there is capacity for growth, but we might not be reinforcing what exists. We might be imagining new things, new scales, new uses that don't exist there. So Harvard Street is a little unusual in that we can reinforce and enhance that district. We very much want to protect what is there. And again, those prescriptive design standards will ensure that the community, that the intent of the community is implemented in the zoning. Again, objective design standards are really going to enable unintended outcomes when we have as of right permitting, which is a key part of the MBTA Communities Act. So the next resolution, resolution 2, is really about facilitating that mixed use infill character. And I want to say that and that the board has made it clear, but if you do want to stimulate infill development, then we do need to remove some very real and severe regulatory barriers, namely that floor area ratio is getting in the way of growth. Those 40-foot heights don't allow us to have the 15-foot ground floor height that is conducive to commercial leasing. And the open space standards are really based on a suburban model where you have, rear yards, backyards. That is really not, those are not the standards that we can enforce with this particular place type. If you do want to protect and replicate that Main Street character, then we have to prescribe more design standards, not fewer. We actually need more design review, not less. So the kind of design review that we want, would it be applicable to those as of right projects? That's something that the zoning bylaw doesn't have. And the other thing is that if we care about retail, can we actually do something more than merely mandate it and say, I want it? So the idea here is, let's face the reality that property owners are communicating to us. There are all sorts of constraints to have affordable housing on site. There's a response to external pressures in the retail environment. So this has given us an opportunity to think about ways that we can provide financial benefits to promote the commercial corridor. And the other idea is, well, how much do we need to change? So we spent a lot of time thinking about what is that scale that is right for the base zoning. We settled on the 4 stories because it exists on half the parcels. The 4 stories is also something that's economic. It's something that we did test out. And it also tempers. This is where we don't want that displacement, that indiscriminate displacement or demolition. If we had a 6 or 5, even 5-story scale, that would make it more appetizing to redevelop. So 4 stories was really the sweet spot. And here it's not about a switch, a non-off switch. It's really about balance. Oh, actually, I'm just going to stay here for one moment. I'm going to spend a little more time on the slide and not as much on the other slides, because I really do want to address your very important question about non-luxury. How can you ensure that we're not going to see more non-luxury? So I will say that non-luxury, I get it, but it doesn't have a definition. So I want to communicate to you how I interpret non-luxury. For us, we think of it as average market rents and average market or average unit sizes in the market. The trouble is, even with those average unit sizes in Brookline, the rents are really high, relatively high. For instance, there is a 1-bedroom on Zillow, Harvard Street. Okay, it's 600 square feet, and it's the rent is like $4,000 a month. Okay, that sounds like a luxury, but that's actually an older building right now. In Brookline Village, a 3-bed is about $6,500 a month. That's a family size unit in an older building in Brookline Village. Now,
Are they typical though?
that's a very good question. What I wanted to do is I didn't want to just get you some median prices. Because we're looking at Harvard Street, I looked at as many rents on Zillow that were on Harvard Street. So if you want to get more comparisons, I think I can talk to some real estate brokers about how to provide that information to you that feels fair and comprehensive. But what I did was right now, there are things that are online, some rents. And they seem,
if that's the market in Brookline, we have way more problems than we think.
yeah. Yes, I agree. In comparison, there are rent limits for affordable units. And let's think about that income level, the 50% AMI. So the rent limits for studio are $1,230, and for a 3-bedroom, $1,750. So those are the limits for the rents. Where we see larger than average unit sizes are when we have parking minimums, because sometimes parking minimums mean we can't have as many units, so the units get larger to meet those parking minimums. Sometimes we see them in 40Bs to balance.
Yeah,
Yes.
can I just interrupt for a second, Mary, because when we talk about affordability, I almost want to, I think it's more appropriate in Brookline, given the market rates, to think about 100% of AMI, because I think that a very large number of people who are at that level couldn't live here if they were moving in today, especially people who own.
Like staff. we're not, necessarily at 100% AMI, and we're not complaining. We're saying for comparison.
Right. Right. So, and I think most of us, when we think about sort of restoring Brookline to what it was or something like that, so we're talking about providing a space for middle income people to live. It's not necessarily providing space for someone who is significantly below middle income.
Right. So I'm glad you brought up the point. What I would call workforce housing is 80% to 120% AMI. And our housing planners have confirmed, because they have studied this a couple of years back, and our housing planners have confirmed that if you want to provide housing for that income range, they would need to be subsidized units. So it's not something that necessarily developers can provide through market rate housing. And that is confirmed again by our professional housing planners.
We're also talking about maintaining or keeping in place existing units. I mean, in that.
Yes.
I mean, the example of a 600 square foot 1-bedroom for $4,000, I think is sort of out of character with most of Harvard Street, at least older buildings. And it's those older buildings we're trying to make sure that we protect, so that we don't lose, the 3-unit building with the landlord on the top floor or something.
We are passionate about that as well. And we do commend you for highlighting that and prioritizing it in your resolution. And in a few slides, I will get to that. The one thing I do want to point out is that I did talk to a very experienced housing developer. And without even talking about, rents and AMIs, I just said, can you do a pro forma? Can you look at a typical lot? So the median lot size of the underutilized lots is about 10,000 square feet. And I said, just pick a 10,000 square foot lot in Harvard Street and do a pro forma. And let's just talk about the rents and the unit sizes. And he had studio 1 and 2s and 3 bedrooms. And those unit sizes were so close to the unit size minimums in section 408 of the bylaw that stipulates minimum unit sizes. This is the affordable housing bylaw in our zoning, analogous to those unit sizes, the minimums. So without even talking about any parameters for unit sizes, he came in very close, both market rate and affordable units to those minimum unit sizes in section 408 in our zoning. And his proposed rents for the different bedroom, the unit sizes was really comparable or maybe even lower than some of the things I quoted. And that would be a new building. So I found that really interesting. And it's something that I would like to understand more, to be honest with you. But I guess to say in conclusion, because this is not an economic study here, that capping that 4-story in the base zoning is really a good strategy, because you will have developers providing as many units within that modest mid-rise scale. And that means you will get unit sizes of different bedroom types. And the rationale for that is if you put all your eggs in one basket and you have really super large units, if there's a vacancy, you are losing a lot of income based on that one unit. So if you have more units, different sizes, that means if there's a vacancy, it's not going to affect the pro forma as drastically. Okay, so moving on to Mr. Chairman, your question about how do we protect existing housing? And I'm still getting a lot of mileage out of the 4-story scale, because we have half of those buildings or half of those parcels on Harvard Street are already 3.5 to 4 stories. So if we are going to have just a mid-rise scale of 4 stories in our zoning, there is not going to be any incentive to demolish those buildings to put another 4-story building. And that is something that across the board, I've talked to property owners and I've talked to developers, and they concur.
Yeah, Mike?
So it's dangerous to take a single example, but there was a 2-family home on Aspenwall Avenue that was torn down. It was replaced with a 2 condominium building that sticks out like a sore thumb in the streetscape.
Right.
And is priced very high, priced as luxury units. I think there may be an elevator in the building for the second unit. And so when you say, well, if there's already a 4-story building, somebody isn't going to tear that down, put another 4-story building in. My sort of instant response to that is, well, doesn't it depend?
No. So I'm glad you asked that question. Yeah. It's a good question, because the other half of our job is trying to really prevent demolition of those 2-family homes, the 2.5 family structures. The problem there is that the FAR is so high that it's very tempting to demolish those buildings because they don't take up the majority of the lot. Here, these buildings take up the majority of the lot, and they're already maxed. I mean, the FARs are like 4, 3. They're not 1 and 2. So they're not going to demolish and put up something where they're just getting the same amount of square footage. The difference in the 2-family districts is that when you don't calibrate FAR properly and you don't have the form that you want to see, now you've created an incentive to demolish, because you have an opportunity to double the square footage. Some of those lots are 8,000 square feet. the existing homes are under 2,000 square feet.
So you can.
Why would we
4,000
demolish to
property.
have an 8,000 square foot
Yeah.
single family or two family?
Okay, that's
Okay.
very helpful. Actually, that's something that I think is worth emphasizing because
Mhm.
the economic disincentive for the existing structures, because I think a lot of people look at what's happened in the two-family districts and they transfer that in their minds to what they expect will happen in the Harvard Street, in the four-story.
That is really very perceptive and valuable feedback. I really hadn't thought of that, but that is very useful.
I think there's, sure. So we have a lot of people who are very, they look at what we're proposing to do along Harvard Street with form-based zoning and saying, well, what you're going to do is create a reason to tear down a whole bunch of things and put these other things up that we've seen go up in districts where there are two families, or one family house is torn down and you put a two-family up, or a four-family up because of the FAR in the two-family district.
Yeah.
The two-family district and the Harvard Street district they're not the same thing. It's apples and oranges, or maybe apples and watermelons. And I don't think that we're adequately communicating to people that what you're seeing in the two-family districts is not that isn't going to happen
Because
along Harvard Street.
because the FAR zoning. is-
Because the building is already four stories high and it's built out basically.
Right, exactly. We're replicating what is built out already.
Yeah.
But don't we still have the problem of not demolition, but rehab at a luxury level?
That's an issue. Yeah.
That's
I mean, because that's actually what's happening in
Okay.
that area.
Yeah.
on Harvard Street.
Oh, off of Harvard Street.
Off Harvard Street, that is definitely different. And I believe we're very passionate about two-family. It's a great housing type. And, I'm not going to, veer off course, but we do have a Warrant article the planning department staff submitted to Springtown meeting about deterring demolitions in the two-family neighborhood. So we probably will be coming before you to talk about that Warrant article a little bit more. But I didn't want to overlook that there is another regulatory measure that we're putting here.
John has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it's actually a question for the chair.
Okay.
Do we have parameters as to how we're going to segment this part of our meeting tonight? Because, I'm looking at the agenda for the remainder of the evening and I'm thinking we've got a lot more still to get to in this part of the meeting. And I don't know whether we had sort of laid out, how much for the original presentation, how much time for people who came tonight and have been waiting to speak, and how much time for select board discussion.
No specific minute, by minute, but why don't we try to wrap up this?
Sure, absolutely. So yes, thank you.
Great. I mean, this is going to be a long discussion, unfortunately.
Yes, but I sort of feel like a personal, opinion so far is I don't feel like we're getting to the meat of why we're here tonight, which is to discuss questions of the letter to DHCD and, and various tracks that we might pursue and so on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why don't we just get to that?
Well, I actually do feel it was very important to staff. I'm representing staff, and it was
Yeah.
very important to respond to you in a very sincere and robust manner. And it's an important resolution, and you did take the time to give us that. So
Sure.
you can just give me just a few minutes. I will be really quick.
Right.
That last slide did require me to spend a little bit more time and answer your questions. The other piece here that is very important, we have a national registered district that's about 150 years old. And we're not going to merely speculate what people will do. We're actually going to put regulatory measures to deter demolition. And we're beginning that with specialized architectural standards specifically for that district. So the piece about the exclusionary, keeping the existing inclusionary zoning bylaw, I want to make it clear that DHCD has revised the Act's guidelines to allow any municipality's existing inclusionary bylaw with the addition of a demonstration of economic feasibility, and DHCD has confirmed with staff that they will be providing that methodology for demonstrating economic feasibility. It's not easy to get DHCD to change their guidelines, but they did. So I do believe that there will be something productive coming, from that revision. And it's very promising for Brookline. Also, at Springtown meeting, the HAB is proposing to narrow the inclusionary zoning bylaws cash payment window from 4 to 19 units to 4 to 10 units townwide. And that will ensure that residential projects on Brookline have affordable units on site. So it's the combination of reinforcing that 4-story scale and narrowing that cash payment window that's going to disincentivize larger than average unit sizes, meaning you're not going to have developers try to skirt that on-site affordable unit requirement. Okay, so in regard to the parking maximums, parking minimums, what staff is proposing is really in keeping with some of the progressive changes to the parking requirements at town meeting. And that is a parking maximum of 1 parking space per dwelling unit. So we're talking about just residential only. And if you do recall, Fall Town Meeting 2021, there was Warrant Article 23, which does have allows a property owner to reduce or eliminate parking altogether, but that's by special permit. So what staff would do is decouple that parking reduction from the special permit, where we think that there's a provision we could put in there to exceed the parking maximum by special permit to provide some flexibility, and there would be no change to the bylaws parking ratio maximum for storefront uses. I'm not going to go through the MAPC's guidance, but we do have some rich studies to base this on. Not only are we looking at peer review that was done for all of the 20 40Bs and 6 of them in Harvard Street. So there's a parking demand of about 0.3 to 0.7 spaces per unit. But it's really, it correlates with MAPC's guidance that in transit-oriented districts, this is a T-pod, they're really, parking minimums have no place in such districts, just like floor area ratio. What they do is they encourage more driving, and they actually can have a punitive effect on housing and commercial space. The other thing is that the town has a very strict on-street parking policy. So that precludes overflow parking, residential parking in the public way. So if you didn't want to park in an apartment building, you don't have the public way as an alternative. Some of the constraints with the parking minimums, we have this in our Harvard Street study in section 6.4. And some of those issues actually have to do with the physical constraints. They can be shallow lots that you can't ramp down. The cost of 1 parking space below grade is about $23,000. A surface parking spot is about $6,000. So parking minimums can really drive housing costs based on where you need to accommodate that space. There's a financial burden there. I already spoke about the market demand, and I would also like to address that anytime there's a residential proposal in a neighborhood, the first thing we hear is traffic congestion and traffic safety. So parking maximums actually can reduce congestion. And then that brings us to the 4th resolution, which Director Bruton will cover.
Okay,
Unless
before
you have any questions for me.
just one comment. Something jumped out on the first page of your slide deck.
Yes.
I think we have to be very careful about saying that if we fail to implement by 12/31, that we run the risk of action by the Attorney General. I mean, that's sort of, not, complaining against you, but I mean, that the likelihood of that happening, I think, should be viewed in the context of the communities that they really are focusing on with respect to fair housing issues. And this has been used to sort of intimidate us
I beg
in the
to differ.
past. Well, I'm just stating my opinion, my observation.
Right. I'm thinking about the article that was on the front page of the Globe about Brookline. And I think Brookline, if we don't comply or make it very clear that we're trying very hard to comply, we'll have a target painted on our back.
Well, we are trying and we are complying. And
Well, indeed, we certainly, if we go forward with what planning is proposing, yes.
Yeah.
But to suggest that, oh, well, we could ignore that and come back, 6 months later I don't think that would work.
I agree with
Well-
Mike. I think we are already in their sights.
Well, if we are, then we've become Florida. I mean, I mean, for
Explain.
Brookline to be viewed as at risk for housing discrimination lawsuits by the Attorney General, I mean, it says to me that there's something else going on than concern with housing discrimination.
It's not housing discrimination that
Yeah.
the issue is, it's non-compliance with the law.
Yeah.
Okay. We can take that.
Right.
Joe, you wanted to critique my concern?
You mentioned Joe Callahan, Town Council. You mentioned you may have overlooked something. So I want to bring to your attention the area that you may have overlooked. The lawyers for the civil rights demand letter, I think, does focus on the wrong area as to Brookline. Their first concern was racial discrimination. A claim under the Federal Fair Housing Act must be, it's not a disparate impact claim. You have to have actual evidence of discrimination. And I think finding actual evidence of racial discrimination in Brookline in 2023 is virtually impossible. It would be hard. It's not saying, it's not possible. What I worry about, which there's rife evidence of, is discrimination based on family size. Virtually every meeting that we have in public, you hear someone say,
Oh, yeah.
I don't want students in our public schools because of this development. Why don't we have fewer 3-bedroom units and more studios? We can't permit this because of the impact on schools.
I mean,
I
people
prefer
say,
young professionals in this housing as opposed to
I've
other.
heard that for many years too, but the question is that our policy? And I think that what we're presenting in terms of our attempt to comply with the MBTA Communities Act is not that policy. I've heard that too.
But if you notice the demand letter, the advisory from the Attorney General's office, she starts off with discrimination based on family size. I think that's the real worry that you have about a discrimination claim, not race, family size. And as to Miriam's point, that's only one of the claims. Her advisory was very clear. She's threatening to bring a lawsuit under the statute that the Attorney General's office has used for years against the tobacco companies, gun companies, Uber, Exxon. You are an enterprise that doesn't follow the law. That's what she would be saying to the town of Brookline. That advisory is talking about the same type of claim Maura Healy brought against Exxon and Tom Riley brought against the tobacco companies. So that would be you're not complying with the law and I am going to make you. So the idea that there's no risk other than $100,000 or so to the Brookline Housing Authority, I want people to understand, in my opinion, we would probably be sued by the end of January 2024 if we don't have a compliant procedure, because there's 7 communities that are in the rapid transit. I saw 12 recently, so I thought there were 7. Okay, there are 5 cities and 2 towns. Coming from a city form of government, I know how easy it is to pass zoning in a city, and I also know how hard it is to pass in a town. I'm willing to bet that most of those cities are going to have a compliant plan by the end of the year in those rapid transit communities. It would really only probably be Brookline, Milton, and maybe a city or 2 that would not be compliant by the end of this year. But there's 169 other communities that have to comply next year or the year following. So the AG's office can't let Brookline not comply, because what is that going to teach and tell the other 169 communities that also have to comply? If she lets us off, that means the other 169 don't have to worry about it either. If you read that advisory, that's not the message she's sending, and that's not the message the governor is sending.
Okay, John?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I feel as though we have sort of wound back the clock to where we were in all of this a month ago, and we're ignoring the progress we've made since then. To me, the progress we've made since then is that we have all come to agree that we don't want to be non-compliant. The question is is the DHCD going to help us to make this acceptable to our town meeting, which has to approve it by a 2/3 majority vote, and which contains any number of folks who have raised very, important questions about the impact of this on our community. Do they want us to be in compliance? And if they want us to be in compliance, are they willing to adjust the guidelines so that we can be in compliance? And that leads us to where we are tonight, which is why I would love to get to the discussion, which I thought we were going to have, of what aspects of our requests to DHCD have already perhaps resulted in some progress in getting some changes in guidelines, and what aspects do we still wish to pursue? So I do hope we get to that aspect of this, and perhaps we're about to.
Kara Bruton's at the microphone right now.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Kara Bruton, and I'm the Director of Planning. I do have a couple more slides. It'll be very quick to round out your questions that you asked us to come back and report on. Resolution 4 is the easiest one. You asked us to make sure the comprehensive plan process planned for external forces to the community, like regional growth. This is already incorporated in the draft RFP that the Planning Process Committee is working on, and there's a link there. You can go to the town website /2483. So that's well underway. Our tentative schedule to a kickoff for the comprehensive plan process has been and still is September for a public kickoff, and that would be right after when warrant articles are usually due, right around Labor Day. So that's that green box there. So we're gonna have a very busy summer to try to get to warrant articles that are submitted on time in early September, that get to a positive town meeting vote. That's what we all want, So that's been our tentative schedule for the comprehensive plan, since you guys were asking about that. We, as you saw in the earlier slide that Maria was presenting, we have heard loud and clear that there are many residents, especially town meeting members, who are asking thoughtful questions. They want to roll up their sleeves. They want to play in the sandbox. They're asking to look at other alternative compliance options over the summer so that we can get to a positive town meeting vote. And so in concert with the town administrator, we recognize and we are saying we would like to move forward with such a committee and very soon, hopefully as soon as May, in order to get names in and for you guys to appoint them is one option. And even in the month of April, as Maria mentioned, we are holding workshops that are dedicated on exploring those alternative options. What that means is that in order to do that and do that well, we are likely going to need to revise the schedule for the comprehensive plan by like 8 weeks. We're probably going to need to shift that public kickoff from September to November. That's just, updated information. And the slide deck, you'll see, there's lots of things the schedule depends on. Most of it has to do with staff turnover. We will have at least two staff openings for most of the summer. So we are juggling, but we do think that we can have a strong kickoff in November, and then from there, press forward. And then this last slide, I am not asking us to go through tonight. It is in the materials that you have. I'm sorry, it is not. This is a slide that I put together today. I will get this to you all. We will post it on the town website. These are priorities that we have as a department, as far as that's not even everything, but it's things where staff are overlapping or could overlap to different projects. So I'm checking in with you all. I'm saying, besides MBTA compliance and getting the Marion Street affordable housing project closed financially, that takes a big effort with our department. Our top priority is getting a good kickoff for the comprehensive plan. There's then a whole list of other things that we are looking for guidance and your thoughts on how to prioritize those over the next several months. That's the end of the share. I'm going to stop sharing and ask Charlie to help me log in to my email without it being public, so I can pull up the letter.
You should be fine if you stop sharing.
Here,
You're all good.
Yes, Miriam.
Kara, while he's doing that, can I just say in terms of the ARPA dollars, it's important for you to understand that that money has to be allocated by 2024, the end of 2024, and spent
Yes.
by 2026. So that's, to me, that's wherever you fit that in terms of your priorities, it has to be spent by 2026.
Yes.
Right.
And that's why it's very high up on our,
So
on our
however
list.
that happens.
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. And I should add that I think some of those I listed have not yet been accepted by you all in the second round, but that's what we're planning for now. Give me just a minute. And if anybody else has any other questions, let me know. I guess I'll just start by saying that as I pull up the exact language, which is in your packets, the MBTA, sorry, the letter that we drafted for you all to consider sending to DHCD has not changed as far as specific things that we're asking for in the last couple of weeks, but the revised version that you have in your packets does include a lot more context for each of those items. And the thanks to Bernard for editing with me. Those are in your packets and I'll pull that up. One change that I wanted to point out is where we were initially asking DHCD to consider interpreting one of their guidelines differently related to whether or not a town could require retail on the ground floor. And we were asking DHCD to potentially support a legislative change. We are now, in the letter you have, stopping short of that second piece and asking them to change their interpretation rather than having to go through the legislative change.
Yep.
So that's the big change. And Bernard, I don't know if you want to go through a couple other edits while I'm pulling up the language.
No, I just wanted to clarify a lot of things and add reference to the importance of the production of more housing that is affordable. And that comes up in a couple places. And I think we need to just, put our flag on that issue or in that issue, however you want to say it. So that it's clear that, that is a concern of Brookline. The other thing I would like to suggest, as I said earlier, that we have a reference to the resolution, which is really the sort of background to this letter, and include the resolution as an exhibit to the letter.
And I very much like that idea. Going back to what town council was referring to earlier, the great thing, and Maria referred to as well, the great thing about that resolution is it shows intent not to just comply to the bare minimum, on paper, but for it to actually be useful in creating multifamily development. So attaching that resolution to this letter to DHCD, I think documents that the select board is interested in actually, making a change, not just barely complying with the law. So I think that's a great addition.
What are you trying to do now, Kara?
Just pull up the language for you
Oh,
guys
okay.
to reference.
It's in the packet, right?
It is.
Yeah.
But,
It is.
People following along at home.
Um,
It is in the packet, though, if you are interested. for
Yeah.
Those following along at home under item 8.
Let's have a look at the packet.
But does that include the edited version?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
the edited version. I
There
mean,
you go. Got a red line and a clean copy.
the red line version is page 334. But I think that
Readable up there.
It's readable on screen.
you and me, Chaz.
I'm happy to jump to any part, but
Yeah.
do you want me just to walk through through each section? Or how do you guys want to move forward?
Well, I'd like to suggest the language that I mentioned earlier, which would go right after the first sentence. and would say, as background to this request, we have attached to this letter a resolution of the select board dated February 14, 2023 to the town's planning department staff. I mean, I think that's an easy way to, a simple way to do it.
Should I move through each of the things that we're specifically asking? Or do you guys want a minute to flip through?
What do people want to do?
Might be helpful if it's up to you.
Yeah.
You have to, but for, again, folks following along at home, for Kara to walk through briefly the requests that we're making of them so that they have an understanding of what
Yeah.
the areas are.
Yeah.
And how we've modified them based on your
Right.
comments.
And people should know that there are two parts to this. One is clarifications. We're asking for them to just explain what that they're trying to do in the guidance. And secondly, is for request
For
from us.
amendments.
Pardon me?
For amendments.
You're right.
Okay, so the first clarification that we are looking to get in writing is to clarify that they are interpreting the legislation such that they believe that the guidelines need to direct communities that we cannot require ground floor retail. This is something that I have heard from many communities, even if they think they can get to compliance fairly easily, they would much rather, they do have a preference that communities be allowed to require ground floor retail when it makes sense. And the argument that we came up with here is the idea that the definitions section of Chapter 40A, which is the kind of umbrella for all of this, distinguishes between multifamily housing and mixed use development. And we're simply asking them to consider that, you know, one term could be inclusive of the other. So for example, it might be possible to build multifamily, multiple units on a parcel without, you know, special permit or any other discretionary permit. And just like sometimes we require parking nowadays that supports that multifamily housing, why not require retail on the ground floor that supports multifamily housing? So that's the idea behind the request. We don't know, of course, whether or not they would reconsider that. We do know that that was the key point that our regional planning agency also asked DHCD to consider in February. And I attached that letter into the materials for you to look at as well. Should I keep going? See it? Okay.
Yes.
And then secondly, we're asking for them to clarify, this has come up in several other communities. There are some communities that very clearly, Salem, for example, has, you can have a unit bonus if you keep an existing building in place. And DHCD has verbally stated in workshops that that would not be allowed, that you could incentivize that by going above and beyond, but those units wouldn't count towards the MBTA compliance. So we want to just, again, get that in writing. And it's kind of a double-edged sword, because the conceptual idea that they are very consistent about is that this is about making a permitting process easier. It is not about actual housing production. And therefore, what they are looking for is for us to consider every parcel as if there's nothing on it. So if, for example, there is a 14-story building and we had zoning that allowed a 10-story building, they get that that would be kind of gaming the intention, but they are allowing communities to do that. The flip side is you can't have densities only when you keep an existing building. That's what DHCD is saying. Similarly, we want to confirm that local historic districts, which are defined in our general bylaw, not the zoning bylaw, can still be in effect and are kind of in parallel and have nothing to do with whether a zoning district is in compliance. So this is something that they've confirmed verbally, but we just want to have in writing. And then finally, let's see. Unit sizes, we want to, again, push a little bit through a clarification ask. The guidelines are very clear. And as town council mentioned earlier, DHCD does not want us to have any minimum or maximum unit sizes. We, staff understands that, we get the reasoning behind that. However, to the point that Mike Sandman was making earlier about very, very large units, I believe that there could be an interpretation where, yes, we need to make sure that, our zoning districts permit by right, family housing. But there's some boundary that hopefully we can come up with to disincentivize developers from taking advantage of that as of right permitting to build extremely large units on smaller lots. And so what we are asking here is for them to clarify that stance, and whether, for example, we could have by right zoning that doesn't talk about unit size, but says in order to be able to use the by right zoning, could it only apply to proposed buildings that at least have a minimum unit number?
Okay. Mike,
that-
did you have a question?
I was gonna say, I was looking at this, at the letter, and I think, yeah, that's great. I'm just wondering whether 4 or 5 are, the numbers are too low.
I'm aiming on what I think they might allow us to come back with based on the average lot size that we're aiming for. But if you guys want to change it to something else, it is your letter.
Well, no, I believe me, I'm much more interested in taking your advice than I am screwing around with my own ideas. But I nonetheless wanted to ask the question, like, you feel like sort of there's a threshold beyond which they'll say, well, wait, if you said 10, they'd say, well, wait a minute.
Yeah, I think that, the definition in the legislation is multifamily is 3 or more units.
Yeah.
I think we could push the fact that, this is Brookline, it's reasonable even on the smallest lot in our zoning district to ask for at least 4 units or perhaps 5 units. I think this question will need lots of discussion internally with them, probably back with us, if
Okay.
they even considered it. They would probably want to see examples, understand more why. that
Well, I'm glad to see that in there. Just, are we asking for enough? That's
Yeah.
fine,
Yeah.
Let me just add, what's in the packet does not include the edit we agreed to earlier today, I believe, with respect to the clarification number 1.
It's not redlined if that's what you.
The
You
language that you read out loud earlier this
No,
evening.
no, the language I sent you earlier today.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that's what you read out earlier.
No, I just read out the one sentence to reference the resolution.
Okay, got it. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay. That was circulated to the board earlier today.
Yeah, I thought we
Yeah,
got that in.
so we saw it.
Okay,
Mhm.
so you've seen it, but the audience has not, so they should know.
I can pull it and read it out.
Okay, it's long.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. This is just a change to the language of the ground floor retail requirements. Request for clarification. I'll read it. And then we can, if you vote to sign it, we can have it with this modification.
Right. And by the way, let me just add, it doesn't change the substance
Right.
of the section. It just clarifies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's much clearer. Yes.
And gives a more, I think, assertive tone on this. 1, ground floor retail requirements. DHCD's reasoning behind its prohibition of retail mandates, as we understand it, is based on an interpretation of the relationship between the definitions of, quote, multifamily housing and, quote, mixed-use development in section 1 of chapter 40A definitions, and the use of the term multifamily housing, quotes, in section 3A. Because the purpose of section 3A is to allow by right permitting for, quote, multifamily housing, DHCD has determined that a zoning district that requires retail on the ground floor of multifamily housing, and therefore a multifamily / mixed use development, is not allowed by section 3A. We do not believe that section 3A is properly interpreted in that way, precluding such multifamily housing / mixed use developments in areas that are within half a mile of an MBTA transit line in a densely built up municipality such as Brookline would have the perverse effect of undermining the economic viability of key commercial corridors of such municipalities. So it's a push, right?
But I mean, it's a reasonable push.
It's a reason, right?
Yeah.
It's it's not overly strident in tone.
Yeah,
It's just,
yeah.
we disagree with your interpretation. Can you tell us how you got to this?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
Thank you for pulling that up. And then we move into the request part of the letter. I'm suggesting that we request that DHCD consider an additional interim compliance step, just as there's been a couple interim compliance steps already, that they allow, not to treat us differently, to allow everybody to get most of the theoretical units in place with zoning by the end of this year. So show that we're making progress, but perhaps delay the full compliance to phase that out over a couple of years. The idea being, as town council said earlier, they want some action. They want action now. We're asking them to work with us to get to a yes and consider, something like, 2/3 of the units by the end of December of this year, and then have another couple of years to work on some edges and figure out what else might make the most sense to the community in order to comply. Secondly, I am proposing that you all request that the requirement that a majority of the zoning districts be contiguous be removed. This is also an example of something that many communities would prefer, because in many communities, the denser areas, or where they want denser housing to be, is often spaced out, and in between is very low density residential housing. So that's something that feels good to ask for. We'll see what they come back with. And then also similarly in that same paragraph B, to request that the minimum zoning district be lowered from 5 acres to 2 acres. And again, this has to do with the average commercial or multifamily district in many New England communities, especially when they get to outer communities, is often no bigger than 2 acres. It's just like a little commercial shop and some multifamily nearby. That would give us a lot of flexibility of how we could choose to move forward. Third, I have to give a shout out to Roger Blood for this third idea, which is, hey, let's make sure DHCD has in their guidelines the simple fact that they have the ability to issue a waiver from one or more of the guidelines, especially in these first couple of years when we're all trying to get there, but we might need some last minute adjustments or figuring out what makes sense to adjust at the last minute. So we are asking DHCD to build into their own guidelines some flexibility for themselves as we get closer and closer to the deadline. And then paragraph D, the fact that for both the inclusionary, especially the inclusionary requirements, but also the parking requirements, they've added language in the guidelines as it is today that ask communities to go through some amount of hoops to show that it wouldn't preclude multifamily housing in a reasonable way. But those details have not been issued yet to us. So we are now, 9 months from today of needing to comply. We are 6 months, April, May, June, July, August, 5 months from having to have a warrant article written in stone for town meeting and we still don't know how they're going to interpret inclusionary zoning or any parking requirements if the community chooses to do that. So what we are asking for here is that they immediately define some extremely simple process. And, I think based on other state mandates that have come through, the guidelines will likely change over time. They're going to, ratchet down, ratchet up. And so I'm hoping that they can help us get to the deadline by giving us some flexibility. Yeah.
So if I can ask, when I look at that paragraph, you want immediately define an extremely simple process. Okay. But I think the preamble is we have until X in order to comply. And that means in our process that by August, we need to have a warrant article ready for town meeting. Therefore, we really need this by then, well in advance of then, so we know what the hell we're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, put that in there and say, here's the deadline that we face. Let's give them a sense of reality.
So at sentence, it's something like we have 5 months.
Yeah.
To submit a warrant article and comply.
Yeah, to submit a warrant article, to revise, provide a plan for revising our zoning in a significant way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let's say, come on, guy, you know, what are we, this is a wonderful bureaucratic thing, you know, oh, well, we'll figure it out, you know?
I'm seeing board consensus, but is everybody okay if we include that sentence, like the first part of D?
I am, yeah. John?
Sure.
Miriam sound like she is too.
Yeah.
Great. And then the last paragraph is, we're all in this together, come on. That's basically the concluding paragraph.
Yeah.
So, so I'm
How about
asking,
this for the language after on the D, add at the outset, given that we only have until the end of August to submit a zoning warrant article for town meetings consideration.
Yeah.
Comma,
Yeah.
That's perfect.
immediately.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, that makes the point.
so with the, oh, I'm sorry.
Nope. That,
So with that additional edits that Town Administrator Carey read out from Select Board Member Green or from earlier today, as well as that Sandman edits on paragraph D, I'm asking for a vote so that we can get
Well,
this letter out.
We need to hear from the public
Yes.
and then
but
take into consideration their comments. You will have a vote. Yeah.
agree, but I just really want to thank you and Maria and your staff. You really have done such a phenomenal job listening to a wide array of comments and opinions and ideas and really listening and really patiently taking that in and producing, I think, something that really reflects what you've heard. And I just really appreciate that,
Thank you.
the work
I-
that you guys have done.
I second that. It's been a difficult job to try to bring the comments from Brookline into line with something that, you know, gives DHCD a sense of, you know, how we can comply with the statute. John?
And I hope I'll third that. And yet at the same time, and if this is too much to ask, that's fine. But I think it would be very helpful for everyone right now to have it bullet pointed for all of us. Sum it up. And Chaz, if you don't mind, maybe you can do this. And if it's, you know, as I say, if it's asking a little bit much, given all of the stuff we've been going back and forth on tonight. But as I understood it going into tonight's discussion, we're basically facing the desire among several parties in town to ask for certain concessions from DHCD. We've already been in ongoing discussions with them for certain concessions. They've already made certain concessions. So can we bullet point which are the ones they've made, which are the ones we still want to get from them? And of the ones we still want to get from them, you sent us a very instructive memo about the likelihood that only the ones that other communities are asking for and might get are likely to be granted. Can we talk about what those are just quickly, and then we can hear from the public?
Sure. And I would, of course, rely on the planning team's expertise on this to correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding. So the things that we've already gotten are pretty significant, especially in terms of the inclusionary zoning. That's the big winning item. For a long time, DHCD was saying 10%, that's it. The fact that they are saying now, as long as it's economically viable, you can go above that. And we feel fairly confident that given Brookline is 15%, and that economic level of economic viability is present there, that we think that our inclusionary zoning likely qualifies under.
Okay.
So that's a big concession that they have already made. I think the other thing that they've talked about is what is it? Is just some of the phasing in of compliance over time.
Yeah,
that has been
okay.
allowed. So we've already gotten, you know, some benefit there. The requests that we think are the big ticket items that other communities are likely to sign on to, particularly ones that are maybe a little bit behind us. Ground floor retail is a big one. I've had conversations now with a number of elected officials as well as appointed officials at the state level and at the local level. And there is a general, I would say, consensus towards, you know, requesting that DHCD take a hard look at this.
Okay.
Understanding that, you know, sure, there can be perverse consequences. There are all these, you know, let me take a step back. The reason why they're all concerned about inclusionary zoning and affordable housing. There have been a number of really good articles in the Globe recently about how occasionally inclusionary housing laws produce perverse results. Like if you say, all right, you got to have 30% affordable in these buildings, developers say, then I just won't build a building and you'll have zero housing.
Right.
So that's the balance that they're trying to strike. Similarly with the ground floor retail, we don't want to have a perverse incentive where we say you got to build ground floor so nothing gets built. So we're working with them on that. I think the other thing that we think we're going to see is this language about historic districts. I think other communities are going to come along on that because they're going to want confirmation that that's a permit, that's something that's allowed. I think that the contiguous districts is a big winner. Communities large and small want that, as well as the reduction in size for the reasons that Kara laid out, especially communities in Western Massachusetts or in areas that are, have smaller commercial thoroughfares. That's where they're going to want to have that. And then the simple process, getting the inclusionary zoning requirements out the door. The economic development, the economic viability for inclusionary zoning. That's, I assume that they're working overtime on that anyway, given how close they are. But I think us reinforcing to them that we and Milton have a much shorter clock than the other 5 communities will, I think, push them over the finish line on that.
Great, thank you.
And a question, you say that they've conceded with respect to phasing of compliance. What we're asking them to phase in compliance in our letter. So what is it they've already agreed to?
I think they originally had an even shorter timeline for rapid transit communities. Am I correct, Kara, or am I imagining that?
I don't remember that, but I could go back and check. They certainly did provide interim dates for us to tell them how we were going to get in compliance.
I see.
Yeah.
Then I'm confusing that with the interim steps.
Okay, so we don't have concessions on that.
We don't have
It's
concessions on
really
that yet. I'm sorry.
big.
I thought we were talking, but now that I'm right, because initially we had talked about the interim compliance steps that we had to take, like sending the letter and so forth.
Right.
I think they were less onerous than might have initially been proposed, but I don't actually know the details on that, so I will look into it.
Mike?
So if we're about ready to take public comment, I have a request for the public,
Okay.
which is,
Remember, they can say all kinds of mean things.
you can say what,
Us and whatever.
well, I don't intend to say anything mean. Good heavens, no. Me say something mean?
No, I said they can say.
Okay. Whether it's mean or not, what we're voting on tonight is the text of this letter.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, good.
We're not debating whether or not to go forward with the Harvard Street study. We're not debating the elements of that study. It's this letter. And so if you can confine your comments to the topic of this letter, I think that would be very, very helpful. And it will allow us to pay attention to what you say. Because if you wander off into other things, honestly, I'm an old man and my attention will wander with you.
Okay. And I think it's also important to mention that there are opportunities for those other things to be discussed. And that's going to be the upcoming workshops, number one, as well as the process of reviewing and ultimately debating Warrant Article 24. So it's not as if, people don't have an opportunity to say
Right. It's
other
this letter that we're dealing with. So let's stick to things, as John said correctly a while back. Thank you, John.
I concur.
Okay, Charlie, who do we have waiting to
We
speak?
have one person signed up for public comment right now. I'm going to go ahead and
That's it?
promote them.
Wait, I don't believe
Something's
that.
wrong.
You can use the hand raise feature
or
the
Q&A
Q&A.
feature to indicate that you'd like to speak. Jonathan Klein, you have been promoted. You may unmute and share your video, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. Jonathan Klein, 150 St. Paul Street in Precinct 17, member of the Housing Advisory Board, also member of the Board of Brookline for Everyone, but speaking only for myself. I will be very brief. First of all, I thank very much both the Planning Department for a really excellent letter and the Select Board for your work on improving the letter. I think it really is an excellent reflection on the concerns we have and is extremely well stated. And if anything can be effective, a letter like this, I think can. So thank you. I have one specific question. And I'll say overall, I'm very supportive of the planning board. I'm in planning department. I apologize. The planning department and the select board's efforts to comply. I think this is really important, and I think it is just reiterating what was said by town council. I think the risks of a lawsuit are really quite real, and I would be quite embarrassed to live in a community that was being sued by the state for failing to comply with this law, which is meeting this important regional obligation. My specific question related to the letter relates to the decision to not suggest a legislative change, but to only ask for an interpretive change. That seems to be, I know there must have been some thinking behind that. If you're able to describe that, I'd appreciate it. I think that our ability to get ground floor retail is important, and I am concerned that the interpretive change that you're suggesting may not fly with DHCD. I hope I'm wrong. I hope you're right, and I hope it does. But I'm curious about the thinking about that. If you're able to comment on that.
Time is really the answer. Time. The legislation moves slowly, and we have less time than we think we do. Best, I think, to try and get to the quickest and easiest solution that is still, clearly legal, which involves a regulatory, asking the regulator whose job it is to interpret this, to interpret it the right way. If they refuse to do that, I will say that we're already taking the next steps on this, behind the scenes, right? We are having conversations with legislators. We're saying, isn't it, do you agree with this? Don't you think that this might not be what you intended when you passed the law? And I will say the responses we have gotten from legislators so far, our own and others, have been very positive. I won't, name names, but I had a conversation with a legislator where I said, is this your interpretation of the law? And they said, what? No, that's not what I meant at all. So I think we're having a positive impact on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next person signed up for public comment is Martin Rosenthal. I'm promoting Marty now.
Pardon?
Marty, you have been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video, and your 3 minutes will begin. He's a panelist. Haven't seen him yet. Can't hear you, Marty, if you are speaking.
What am I doing wrong here?
There we go.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've only unmuted 1,000 times in 3 years and still didn't do it right. Okay, thank you very much. We all set?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. Marty Rosenthal, formerly Select Board member, Precinct 9, lifer and town meeting member, and a Warrant Article 24 petitioner. Until I get far better answers, I still am opposed to the Harvard Street project, and I see the DHCD letter, though a little bit better since Friday, as still being too weak. I'm sorry that one of you has called my comments recurring harangues, obviously repetitive, and sounds like bullying, but like Gandhi in my email signature, I'll persist. I emphasize first that I appreciate our suburb planning staff, and second, that this law is about density, not affordable housing, for which I've worked for 5 decades, like helping to write our inclusionary zoning bylaw and supporting rent control, which, by the way, PAX just voted to urge the town to study again. Okay, the letter. Even if public feedback's not really going to be considered, maybe it will be. The first sentence mentions our density. I think that should be expanded, like some numbers, and that the law is not designed for and is actually a bad fit for a very built-up community. Maybe adding what I suggest later, like the contiguous and reasonable sized district issues. One of my nagging and biggest issues has been the law's one or more districts. So again, I've asked this repeatedly, why only Harvard Street? That's not raised in the letter as to the guidelines and why that has to be done, unless it's implicitly on page 2, number B, the contiguous issue, which should be much stronger and clearer criticized, and really, I'd say, should be clarification number one. And also ignored is the still unrefuted risk to existing businesses by a plan that intentionally incentivizes by upzoning demolition of 1- and 2-story businesses, which, by the way, are walkable, and especially for seniors. Respectfully, Chaz's FAQs say primarily trust us, and maybe misreads this issue, saying property owners of 3- and 4-story buildings would not likely demolish their properties to build a 4-story building. Well, what about 1- and 2 stories? And
You have
which
30
ones
seconds.
might demolish? Similarly, the law is at least one district of reasonable size. Representative Votolo, who supports the law, wrote DHCD has a different view of reasonable than I do. They say Brookline needs 7,000 multifamily units, and that of our 20,000 that we now have, only 2,000 count. And back to the demolition issue. Sure, I can be wrong, but so far I see no hint that it's been studied or asked of the businesses. Please do so. Finally, I again disagree with
Time has expired.
Town council's advice both tonight about family discrimination and about the AGA's warning, and say, as John Adams did, facts are stubborn things. Thanks for maybe listening.
We always listen to you, Marty. Come on.
Up to a point.
Okay, we have 34 attendees, and currently no one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate that they would like to speak.
You have one in person.
And one in person, yes, thank you.
Scott, did you want to speak? Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, with that, any further discussion of the letter?
Got some vote language for you if you want.
Oh, okay,
It just summarizes all your edits. All the 4 edits that you proposed tonight.
okay. You want me to read that?
Yeah.
Can I just ask one question?
Sure.
We've had some guidance from State Representative Votolo on this. I think Marty referenced that. Is he part of the ongoing work as to what to request of DCHD? and
Yes, he's
DHCD?
integrally involved in this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to read some vote language. Oh, this is long.
All right. Those are all the edits you
Okay.
requested.
I was afraid of this.
Okay, I move that the chair be authorized to sign and send the letter to DHCD contained in our packet with the following edits. After the first sentence of the first paragraph, add, quote, as background to this request, we have attached to this letter a resolution of the Select Board dated February 14, 2023 to the town's planning department staff. To the end of the last sentence before the signature, add, quote, and increased housing affordability, close quote. For the paragraph numbered 1, ground floor retail requirements, quote, okay, replace the text of that paragraph with the text read into the record by the town administrator. And everyone heard that. At the beginning of the paragraph, lettered D, under request, add at the outset, quote, given that we only have until the end of August to submit a zoning warrant article for town meetings consideration, close quote. Okay, all those in favor of the revised letter as edited according to, that's what I read. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, thank you. Good work. Okay, next on the agenda. Interim registrar of voters. Question of approving Susan Cherry to be appointed as a temporary registrar for the May 2nd, 2023 annual town election as presented by the town clerk and registrar of voters. Is there any, oh, we
Ben has
have
been
the
promoted
clerk.
here, yeah, to speak on this.
Hi, Chair
Hello,
Green. Thank you for having me. This is a standard request from the registrars of voters we have a registrar who's going to be out of town during the May 2nd annual town election and some of the dates around it when the registrars tend to do their work. The Mass General Laws has a provision where if a registrar is unavailable, the select board may appoint an interim registrar to cover for them while they are gone. So the registrars have submitted the name Susan Cherry. It is a name endorsed by all 4 registrars as well as by the chair of the Republican Town Committee. It is a Republican registrar who's being replaced. So it's submitted to the board to appoint Susan Cherry as an interim registrar for the May 2nd election and all of the events, any potential recounts or any other hearings around it.
Okay, for the our TV audience, could you sort of describe briefly the role of a registrar and the party breakdown of registrars in town?
Sure. The Board of Registrars is made up of 4 registrars. One of them is always the town clerk. And then the other 3 make up the rest of the board. It must be evenly divided between political parties. In the case of Brookline, we have 2 Democratic registrars and 2 Republican registrars. Each registrar serves a term of 3 years and are nominated by their party committee to serve as a registrar. They have a number of roles, most of it around elections and voter registration. They are the ones who actually process voter registration, certify signatures on nomination papers. They handle any questions about an eligible voter. And then during an election, they will help count some of the special ballots that we have come in. Those are both overseas ballots, ballots that might arrive late on election day before the deadline, but after we can get them out to the polling location. And they also are in charge of reviewing provisional ballots. And then after an election, they would oversee any kind of recount attempt. So there's a lot of work that they do during elections. They are usually some of the last people here on election night. We're very lucky to have a dedicated board of registrars, and we will certainly miss Andrew when he is not here on May 2nd, but I look forward to having him back for the special election on May 3rd.
Great, thank you. Any questions? We're so lucky to have highly supported registrars who operate or who work without controversy or threats, unlike in some parts of our great nation. Okay, unless there are any questions or other comments, I move approval of Susan Cherry to be appointed as a temporary registrar for the May 2nd, 2023 annual town election, as presented by the town clerk and registrar of voters. All in favor, John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Ben can stick around, actually.
Yeah, because we want to see what you're doing with your money.
Sure, Charlie, should I go ahead and share my screen and start my presentation?
Sure. Why don't, you're the first budget presentation we have, so go ahead.
All right. Can the board see that presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Excellent. So thank you very much for having me. I'm obviously Ben Kaufman, the town clerk. I've kept this to 10 slides if you skip the actual title slides, and I plan to keep it under 10 minutes as well. But I hope to quickly run through some of the questions that the board wanted us to touch on in regards to our FY24 budget, looking back at FY23. So FY23 was a busy year in the town clerk's office. We did a lot of work around digitization, digitized the application and administration of the dog licenses in the Green Dog program. We continued our digitization and codification program for the town's general bylaws. And we launched a digital index project to track our vital records inside of the town clerk's office. It was also a busy year for elections. In FY23 already, we have administered the 2022 state primary election and the general election. Those were in September and November. These were the first elections with universal vote by mail, as well as expanded early voting, added additional weeks for both elections of in-person early voting. We oversaw the implementation of new precinct maps with split precincts, and 3 of our precincts are split by state rep districts, which we had to utilize for those state elections. We recruited and trained over 60 new poll workers, including new clerks and wardens who are kind of senior leadership in the polling locations. So having that new crop of poll workers is very exciting. And still to come in FY23 is our administration of the 2023 annual town election scheduled for May 2nd, as well as a simultaneous special state primary and then a special state election at the end of May. The annual town election will be the first town election using universal mail-in voting. It also will use in-person early voting and will actually have expanded early voting to more than one location in town for the first time. It is also going to require the publishing of ballot question information following the actions taken by town meeting in January. And the biggest change that we saw in FY23 was the implementation of the Votes Act. This was the largest change to elections administration in decades in Massachusetts. It introduced universal no excuse vote by mail, which was heavily utilized by voters in Brookline. It expanded in-person early voting, requiring it at state elections and state primaries and allowing it for local elections, and we're going to be using it. And it also shortened the voter registration deadline to only 10 days before an election. Looking ahead to FY24, our goals kind of fall into three main categories. The first and usually the biggest one in our office is elections. FY24 is going to have two elections, a presidential primary held in May of 2024 and the annual town election, presidential primary in March of 2024 and the annual town election in May of 2024. The presidential primary election, it is one of the most complex elections we hold. There's a large number of party ballots, there's a very large voter turnout, and especially with the Votes Act being implemented, it's going to be a very complex election for us. A little bit of fun might happen in May of 2024. The town clerk seat is actually up. So there is a potential that there will be a transition in the position of town clerk in 2024. And the office is going to have to be prepared for that and then facilitate that if it comes up. The town clerk's office also plans to continue our expansion of voter access, facilitating vote by mail in municipal elections and expanding in-person early voting to more locations. 2023 actually provides a really exciting opportunity for us. In the summer and fall, we don't have an election. And it's a rare opportunity where our office is a little bit quieter on the elections front. So we want to make sure we're taking the time to focus on everything else going on in the office that might get put on the back burner during a crazy election year. We're going to begin digitization some of the vital records in the town vault contingent on receiving ARPA funds. We're looking to organize old and improperly stored records, including those both in the town clerk's office and stored at sites throughout the town. We're going to continue our digitization and codification project of the town bylaws, establish proper funding and administration procedures for our elections, and continue to implement a robust community relations program. And the biggest goal for us in FY24 is to set ourselves up for success when we get into 2024. We want to ensure we have proper training and cross-training for all of our staff, establish clear procedures for elections and vote by mail, recruit and train additional election workers, ensure proper storage space for election supplies and equipment. And all of this is to prepare for the 2024 presidential election cycle, which is always a lot busier and something that we want to make sure we are ready for. On FY24, we have a few core initiatives in our office in addition to our preparations for 2024. One of the big ones is going to be implementation of the Votes Act for the 2024 presidential primary. That is a very complex election. We want to make sure we get it right. We're going to be installing ballot drop boxes in both North and South Brookline in front of both of the libraries. We received funding from the ARPA committee in round one, and we're going to be installing those drop boxes. We plan to expand in-person early voting to 3 locations. We're going to be doing a pilot program for the May election this year to have early voting both at the Putterham Branch Library and at the Coolidge Corner Branch Library in anticipation of further expanding that in the presidential primary and then the rest of the presidential cycle in 2024. And we now have the potential implementation of hybrid town meeting. If the board does choose to pursue hybrid town meeting in fall 2023, we want to make sure that we are prepared and implementing our hybrid town meeting. This was obviously a tight budget year. I definitely sympathize and I'm very grateful that I do not have to be in the town administrator's office dealing with some of the budget crunch that we have. So there are some things that did not make it into this budget, but we're hoping to keep in mind for future years. That includes vault digitization, and we did include that in an ARPA ask. We had an I voted sticker community engagement project, requests for additional staff as well as staff salary adjustments in the town clerk's office, organization projects around our voter registration and ZBA files and how we store them, as well as a geospatial study that have been requested by town meeting that we have not had the funding needed to do that study. The board asked if we had any staff changes. In this budget, we actually do not. I went and I looked back through the records. I looked back all the way to FY 99, and the town clerk's office has not had any change in staff, any increase in staff in those 25 years. In fact, we had a slight decrease in staff where a full-time position was split with a part-time position staying here and a part-time position going up to the planning department. So in those 25 years, the town clerk's office has not had any increase in staff. And that kind of tails very well into the question of what would my office do without budget constraints. I would love at this point to talk about some of the community engagement, voter education, modernization projects that are really important to our office. But really the biggest need that we have, which unfortunately wasn't able to be included in this election, is a need for staffing. If you look back over those 25 years to FY 99, we've seen a dramatic increase in population from 53,000 to 63,000. We've seen an increase in voters from 31,000 to 41,000. We've seen changes in laws like the Real ID law, which increases demand for vital records, the introduction of in-person early voting in 2016, and then the passage of the Votes Act, which dramatically expanded early voting and introduced universal vote by mail. We've had expansion of public records law, which includes now digital records, which has dramatically increased the amount of work on the public records front, the creation of an additional voting precinct, the introduction of remote and now hybrid town meeting, as well as myriad other changes in local, state, and federal law that has increased the workload in the town clerk's office. So if we had all the money in the world, the biggest priority for my office would be to ensure that we have correct staff and that we have equitable pay. I would want to add an additional full-time employee into the town clerk's office, something that's pretty desperately needed. I would reorganize the structure of the clerk's office to kind of create clearer divisions between elections and census on one side and vital records and licenses on the other, so that we could better handle workload and ensure that things don't get dropped when we get into an election cycle. I would adjust the pay for my staff to reflect what staff at similar levels are doing in other departments and other communities, and to reflect the dramatic increase in workload they have in the changes over the last number of years. And I provide equitable pay for elections and town meetings to especially some of the leadership in the clerk's office, including the assistant town clerk, who is the only person, in addition to the town clerk, who does not receive any additional funds for running an election. They do not receive overtime or any additional stipend. Instead, they go from working 40 hours a week to working over 100 hours a week without additional pay. So those are some of the things where if we did have an unlimited budget, would be a priority for my office. It would make it so that it was better services provided to the town, a better working environment for the employees, and make us attractive so that we can both attract and retain talent inside of the town clerk's office. So I believe that was under 10 minutes, but please do not tell me if I was wrong. And I'm happy to take any questions from the board.
You're not wrong. Thank you. So any questions from the board?
No, I appreciate the remarks about the hybrid issues around the hybrid meeting though. Thank you.
Mary, oh, you're just looking over here. Okay, so I know that you.
Good job.
Yeah, great job. So I know that you have circulated some memos regarding the issue of hybrid town meeting. Could you sort of, and I have not had the chance to read them. Could you sort of summarize what were your thinking with respect to the burdens that a hybrid meeting would place on your office?
Certainly. So yeah, there's definitely been a lot of conversation since late last week when we learned that hybrid could be an option for Brookline. Where I stand, my professional opinion as the town clerk and and how we run the office, making the pivot to hybrid at this point for a May town meeting is not something that I think is possible and is not something that I would feel confident in executing. We have until May 23rd is the first day of town meeting, but in order for us to have everything ready to go, we actually need to run test sessions that are currently scheduled for May 4th, which means we really only have between now and May 4th to come up with an entirely new system to do a hybrid town meeting. That is factored in with the fact that my office between now and May 4th has to run an election, which means we really only have about a week or two where the staffing is available to make this transition. It's something where if we had more time, I think we could do it. But when you're trying to implement an entirely new system, we want to make sure we have the time we need to get it right. If something goes wrong during town meeting, it has really, really bad knock-on effects and can derail the entire process. So I would strongly recommend this board, if they are interested in pursuing hybrid town meeting, that we have the conversations and put the work in now so that we can do it correctly in November. But I believe the point where we had to make a decision about switching to hybrid has passed. And we need to make sure that we have a town meeting in May that we can execute with the resources that we have available to us, and that we can do in a way that we feel confident in without potentially undermining a town meeting.
Thank you, Mike.
I want to point out Ben has already signed on to this. There will be to get things going, a meeting between Kathy Bisbee from BIG and Kate Parverman, the town moderator. Ben will be there. Chaz has organized this tomorrow, I think it is. Feng Yang. So all of the necessary characters will be in the room, the virtual room, as it were, to figure out what's needed and get a sense of whether this is feasible.
And our aim, just so the broader community is aware, is to present at the next select board meeting.
Yeah. Good.
Brief findings on this, a short presentation about costs. And so that people have an understanding of where we are, what needs to happen, and the timeline for any changes.
And I think it's just worth saying for those that are listening, we are trying. There is a majority of this select board and this select board office that wants this to happen. So we are working to make it happen. There's a lot that's going on behind the scenes that you're not privy to as the public. And just know it is going on, it's churning. There are lots of conversations and lots of ways to try to figure it out.
And I'll add, if it's Mike, I assume it is okay to add this as well. There's a number of us who are going to be going down to Plymouth on April 1st to also observe theirs. Plymouth actually had a home rule petition that was approved to allow hybrid back in January. So they had a fairly decent timeline to get theirs set up. So we're going to go down and see what they have and hopefully get some insight from them about the way to do this right.
Great. John.
Hey, Ben, thank you very much. And thank you for, a really great department that is, as far as I can tell, so firing on all cylinders, as they say. I do have a question on something that has been of interest to me for a long time, and that is whether there will ever come the day when we separate our conduct of town business from the requirement to keep records of everything on paper. And I wonder if you could just give us an overview of kind of where things are right now in terms of the amount of paper record keeping that it continues to be required of the town clerk's office. Where are all those paper records stored? Do you feel you have, good handle on if somebody needed to find a record, we'd know where to go looking for it? And has there been any progress on initiatives to transition away from that towards digital record keeping?
Yeah, so this is a big issue. Thanks for the question, Select Member Van Scoyac. This is a big issue in the town clerk's office in Brookline and really in clerk's offices everywhere. We have record retention laws from the state that require us to keep large amounts of paper for very long amounts of time. Many of the records in the town clerk's office, I believe rightly so, need to be kept forever. Things like vital records, a birth certificate, marriage license, town meeting actions, those need to be kept forever as they should be. One of the things that I know has been a priority for the Mass Town Clerks Association lobbying efforts is to shift what the definition of keeping the record is. Do we need to actually keep the physical copy in our vault, or are there ways that we can digitize it, and then get rid of the paper copy so it's not taking up as much space. I would describe the records in the town clerk's office in 3 tiers. One tier are in some ways the most important documents. These are things like vital records, like town meeting documents. These are kept very organized, very accessible in the town clerk's vault. They are secure, and they are ones that we can access very easily when requested. The main limitation is on the age of the document, as well as the burdens on the clerk's office at the time of the request. There's then a second tier of records, which are stored in such a way that with the right information, we can find them, but it's going to take us a considerable amount of time. And this is one of the projects that we were hoping to do this summer, but we don't think we're going to be able to with our current staffing level. An example of that is the Zoning Board of Appeals files we have are sorted by case number. So if somebody brings us a case number, it's very easy for us to go and find that record and pull it. If somebody brings us an address, it's a lot harder. We have to go and search through a date range to try to see if we can find records for that address. So we have a need of some reorganization of files so that they're more accessible to us. The third group of files are the files that are scattered all over the town, and we don't know entirely what's in all of them. We have records that are in the basement of the Pierce School, records that are in the attic of the golf course, records that are in houses scattered throughout town. We're currently working on a project with the building department and the Historical Society to identify where all of those records are and start to go through them to sort out what we actually have and what we need to keep. But that is a very, very large lift for us to do. The end goal is to digitize as much as we are able to. Digitize so that it's more accessible to my staff, digitize so it's more accessible to the town. We submitted an ARPA request, which will start that process by digitizing our card index in the vault, which will allow us to pull information more easily related to vital records. But especially when you get into some of the older records, the amount of time it takes to scan an index is quite considerable, and the cost to do it is quite considerable. So we're continuing to always look at opportunities, talking to ARPA, to CPA funds, and to other areas where we might be able to get grants to do this kind of work. But the pile of paper is quite daunting, and it's always something that we're happy to combat against.
Thank you very much, Ben.
So there used to be a concern that digitized records did not have as long a lifespan as paper records properly stored. That's still a concern?
So that's not a concern that we currently have. We would have digital backups located at multiple areas, both in the town as well as with our vendors. So having that level of fail-safe is much better. I would say a record that is properly stored and sealed in our temperature-controlled vault is one of the most secure records that we're going to have. The problem is our vault is a limited size and the space is getting pretty full. So when you're talking about choosing between a record that's stored in the vault and a record that's stored digitally, I would prefer a record in the vault. When we're talking about a record that is stored on the floor of my office because there's nowhere else to put it, and a record that is stored digitally, I prefer a record that is stored digitally.
Are there some really critical records that, like birth records?
Those are all kept in the vaults. All of the birth, death, and marriages, town meeting
or
documents.
That will remain paper copies.
Those, yes, and those will always remain a paper backup. The digital version is something that's easier for us to access. I think especially in light of the COVID pandemic, the less time my staff spends in a non-ventilated small room climbing on a ladder to pull a book off the top of a shelf, the better. So when we can digitize those, it allows us better access and it allows the public better access, but we would still keep the hard copy back in the vault. For things that we're looking to digitize and get rid of are perhaps some of the records that are less critical, and we might not necessarily need to have the paper backup at the end of the day. So that's, for example, old copies of town meeting minutes. We have a set of original minutes that we keep in the vault, and then we have 2 or 3 other administrative sets that by law we're required to keep forever. Those ones might be able to be digitized and kept only in a digital version instead of a hard copy.
Yeah, Mike?
Yeah, actually, Bernard, I thought you were asking a slightly different question, which is about the risk that the format for storing digital images will change. We use a PDF. PDF has been around for 15, 20 years, something like that. You know, we used to use 3.5-inch floppies, and before that, 5 1/4. And there aren't, you know, not many people can read those files anymore. And indeed, there's software that has gone out of use. So that's a much longer term kind of an issue. And the you know, there's not much you can do except wait to see what else emerges as a technology.
Okay, unless there are any other questions, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, great. Okay, next, Office of Town Council. I see Town Council in the audience.
Carol will join us at the presentation station. You all set over there?
Let's see. I'm share, so.
Pardon?
No, we did the question for the ballot.
The ballot question.
For the rec department, yeah.
It is shared, but how do I now pay?
At some point in recent memory, you have talked about money in the rec department.
Okay. Wait, left and right? Nope. Oh, now I get it.
Okay.
Nope, nope.
Can you go backwards? Okay, good.
Okay, sorry.
We're all set.
Knock on wood. Joe Callahan, Town Council. This budget for this year is level funded, level services. And you, as you may know, I was around for this budget for FY23. I am now in my 53rd week in the office. So this budget I inherited. But over the last 9 months, I've been controlling spending in a way that I want to show you what we've done in 23 to indicate what we plan on doing in 24. And highlighted some of the line items in my department's budget. The gray are chargebacks to different other offices, like you know, the cost of the copier, the cost of computers, the cost of cell phones. So those don't change much, and there's not much chance of those changing. Highlighted in yellow are the payroll line items that will change, but in a predictable way. You know, employees increasing in steps, and other employees who don't go higher in steps, but may have longevity payments. So there's a chance of those going up, but in a predictable sort of way. Highlighted in blue is our claims and settlement line item, which is really kind of hard to predict. Depending on you know, what claims come in and which ones we're not able to get rid of, but which ones we have to pay. So that blue line item is a little unpredictable. That leaves the green and red line items. And if you notice, the green line items, I've been spending more than what's in there. But if you notice the red line items, we've been spending very little of that. And what this is kind of the priority of the office that I've had since I've been here, and that's to spend money on in-house staff and not outside lawyers. So if you notice the green light items, we're spending more on training and conferences and more on subscriptions for like Westlaw services or membership in the social law library. And we're spending less money on outside lawyers. So if you look at what we did with, sorry, the title's wrong. This is FY23. It should be FY24 plan spending. We've taken some money out of that area of outside lawyers and then put it into areas that, again, invest in in-house staff instead of spending on outside counsel. You'll notice on the right, if the override fails, then that line item will be $33,000 less. Because what the office has done in regards to spending of outside counsel over the years, this goes back to FY 16, and what is budgeted is about $150,000, which is about the size of the right green column. And over the years, we've generally spent more than that, except for the COVID year, because the courts were closed a lot of that year. However, in the past year, we've only spent about $11,000 on outside counsel, and that was to wrap up a case that had been handled by outside counsel, was resolved, and we're not spending any more money on that. So what I'd like to do is spend less on this outside counsel and more on our in-house staff. So that's the major priority that I've had in the past year. But what are some of our accomplishments? Just the work that we do. We've assisted stakeholders in 80 different articles over 3 town meetings. We have successfully defended claims both against the Preservation Commission, the Zoning Board of Appeals, and also labor and employment through all stretches, all the full spectrum of labor and employment, with claims by employees, but grievances, arbitration, and unfair labor practices. Last year's goal, we completed that and have 2 lawyers go through the MCAD train the trainer program on anti-discrimination policies, but also, again, in investing in in-house staff, we've gone further, and all my lawyers have taken training on how to conduct an investigation and reduce discrimination in the workplace. But these are just some of the trainings that we've done this year. We've also had lawyers take trainings on how to try cases and how to do depositions. So we're expanding our litigation capacity with the in-house staff that we have. So there's a lot more trainings and education in order for these lawyers to take on more of the responsibility that outside lawyers have done over the years. And then past year, we had a great year with collecting of unpaid property taxes. And we're, again, going to start those proceedings for the next batch of claims that the collector brings to us. So again, we're going to, work collaboratively with other staff to collect the unpaid property taxes as we have in the past for the plans for this year. So again, don't spend money on outside lawyers, spend money on us is the key goal for next fiscal year, which is what we did for last fiscal year. 2 big items to work with staff on is the MBTA Communities Act, as you've heard, but also now the fossil-free fuel demonstration project. And, again, just what we do, and that's maintain the high standards expected of us, but not just maintain them, but exceed them, both with the legal advice that we provide, but also the claims that we defend. We are taking on new initiatives within the existing budget. So again, that money from outside the savings from outside counsel, we want to invest in legal interns and high school students. Our high school students could be basically paralegal interns, or we have legal interns helping the lawyers. We had a legal intern last summer collect all the special acts of that relate to Brookline, and we're now getting them up onto the town council website. We have a legal intern this year from New England Law. She's specifically she's taken a land use class, so she's only able to work on land use issues, but she's been a great help in researching the MBTA Communities Act issues for us. So with these salary savings, provide support with interns both on the legal side and the support side. One of the things that I've wanted to do is provide more work, do more work for the public schools of Brookline, and really demonstrate the ability of in-house staff to handle things quicker and cheaper. So we've been doing lots of work for the schools and would like to do more. But if we were to do all their work, we would probably need another lawyer to take on that additional work. But demonstrate to the schools that in-house staff gets you more time, but also for less money. 2 new initiatives that we've already started. One that we're already started and one that we're going to start soon. And that is make our contracts easier to procure, but also better protective of the town. Right now, we tend to take the contract proposed by the vendor instead of giving the vendor a contract that is ours. So if we have a standard contract, both for services and goods and supplies, then we can put provisions in there that are better protective of the town of Brookline. Similarly, take that idea and also have more releases and waivers for the services that, for people to sign for the services that we provide. We have a claim now involving a service that we provided. If we had a release or a waiver, we wouldn't have to pay the tens of thousands of dollars I'm probably going to be coming to you to seek authority to settle that case. So we're inconsistent with the services we provide. If we're providing services, get a release. And then, you know, that will protect us from claims that we would ultimately have to pay. We're not planning on subtracting staff because for the first time since FY20, we're at full staff. The past 3 quarters of this year, we've had 5 lawyers and 3 support staff. Again, it's the first time since January of 20. So we're fully staffed. I'm not interested in subtracting staff. We're really enjoying the ability of being fully staffed and not being understaffed. But you know, we could have room for growth again with interns, but also you know, if we're successful with demonstrating to the PSB that they should bring their work in-house, we would argue for another lawyer. But then also with this idea of not spending money on outside lawyers, and if I can demonstrate that year after year, then I'd say the $150,000 that we have budgeted for outside lawyers should be a new person, whether that be a support person or a lawyer. That's a kind of nearer term, not short term goal of mine, to bring on all that you know, taxpayer dollars for in-house staff instead of outside counsel. You know, if there were no budget limitations, would our priorities change? No, our priorities wouldn't change, but how we would respond to those priorities would change. We would, you know, expand our in-house resources and our in-house capabilities, get more and better IT and computer resources, and also, again, provide greater training opportunities than we already do right now. So I believe I did that under 10 minutes. So if you have any questions.
Right. Any questions? Miriam, before you go?
Yeah, no, no questions, but I do want to say, I appreciate, to me, the other thing that you've brought to this position is a real logical, algorithmic, data-driven decision-making thinking that I appreciate. And very quick. I think we can all acknowledge we had quite a surprise last summer. And I really feel like the response was rapid, thoughtful, and really laid out for us choices that we could really make that were well informed. So I just wanted to say, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry to leave, but I will miss the first 5 minutes of your presentation because I'm headed home.
Any other questions?
Nothing here.
Hey, one question I have is sort of a, anyway, it's my question.
Okay.
You talked about standardizing contract forms so that, you know, you start off with your form in negotiations. Do you ever deal with the end user licensing agreements that accompany much of our software, and look at them and you know, to the extent possible, sort of make sure we're not getting ourselves trapped into something we don't want to be trapped into?
So you know, in this battle of a forum and in procurement, you know, there's risk. This is a spectrum too. Okay. So when you're negotiating a contract, you're trying to push risk onto the other side. But also it comes from a position of strength. You know, I can push the risk onto a smaller vendor, but Apple, Dell, Microsoft, we're not going to be able to negotiate with them. You know, if we want iPhones, we have to purchase them from Apple. We can't say, hey, would you be interested in changing the words on paragraph 624 of your, you know, agreement?
But
So
we enter into a lot of agreements with smaller firms, and you know, we do have some leverage there. And maybe it's not us, but you know, Brookline, along with the state purchasing division, you know, could have some leverage to minimize our risk with these contracts.
with software and computer services, that's the end of the spectrum that there's very little negotiation possible. You know, there are vendors through the state contract. I was in, you know, state for 11 years defending that contract. I wouldn't rely on the state's standard terms and conditions. I want to take that a step higher and layer over protections, you know, on that state contract. But that's again with vendors who are willing to do that. So, you know, we might have friction from staff saying, but wait a second, the vendor I like and have relied on isn't going to sign our terms because I'm going to have an onerous indemnification provision on that vendor that they should be indemnifying us if we're spending taxpayer money on them. You know, right now, you know, we generally agree to a contract that has cross indemnification, which really means nothing. As soon as we make an indemnification claim against them, they're going to make a claim against us and it goes away. Now, the contract provision for indemnification that I have had in the past is you do it for all of us. If there's a claim, you defend us. If you're, you know, if there's a judgment, you pay it for us. So we can do that sometimes because we're a $400 million corporation that people will want to do business with. We're never going to be able to do that with Apple, Microsoft, Dell, you know, Android phones and all that others.
Of course. Any other questions?
As long as we're asking questions, do you have any sense of how much the schools spend on outside counsel?
The work has been done in the past, but I know, I don't have it off the top of my head. I know they pay more than a salary for a person, but only get 400 to 600 hours of work.
Right.
So
and-
if you pay for a lawyer,
Yep.
you know, $100,000 plus 30% benefit burden, so $130,000 in a lawyer, you'll get 1,500 hours of work. The schools are paying more than $130,000 and getting a quarter to half amount of work. That's why I say, pay less and get more,
Right.
and let us do it for them.
And most of their legal work is presumably around special education issues. Is that
True, labor and special ed, right?
okay? Yeah, the course.
The rest of it we're trying to absorb because there's really no reason why they should pay outside counsel to write a open meeting law complaint response. We can do that.
Yeah.
But if we're going to take on sped and labor, would need a full body. Would need
Okay.
someone to work that 1,500 hours.
I assumed sped, and I appreciate the reminder that there's contract as well. Yeah. Okay.
John, you have any questions? Nothing. Okay, thank you.
All right, stop sharing.
Okay, next. I'm sorry, Charlie.
Next is recreation. You're
Oh,
correct.
okay. I
I
thought
have
maybe
to-
you're yelling at or
I need to
waving.
promote them. No, I'm sorry. You were exactly right. Lee is being promoted now. Thank you, Kate. I don't see any other rec folks. We'll just have Kate, just have Lee tonight, I think. Lee, you should be able to share your screen whenever you're ready.
Hi. Hello, Chairman Green and the board. I'm Lee Jackson, the Recreation Director, and it's a pleasure to be here tonight to share our budget for FY24. Can you hear me okay?
Very well.
Fantastic. So I'm going to share my screen. I have a short presentation for you. Now let's get this started. Okay, there we go. Can you see my slide?
Yep.
Perfect. So tonight I'm going to try to stay under 10 minutes. So Charles, please give me my 2-minute warning if needed. But I want to walk through to answer some of the questions that you sent for us. I'm going to walk through our 3 biggest accomplishments for FY23, and then our 24 goals and how we're going to get there. We'll talk about new personnel on staff for 24 and new initiatives and priorities. So the first thing that I want to get to is our accomplishments. We have, and I followed the strategy for these accomplishments. I followed essentially our budget goals for the year, and I've really selected what I think are our top accomplishment per budget. So for the Recreation General Fund, I think our biggest accomplishment in FY23 was we implemented a department community engagement plan. That community engagement plan involved partnering with Brookline Housing Authority and going to them and offering programs and services. For instance, we did a Cinco de Mayo at one of the locations where we brought Viking sports. We had activities inflatables, really engaged the community and had folks coming outside to play with us. We offered free food. We had a partnership with Brookline Housing and they brought internet activity, etc. And the real goal there was to engage with the residents so that we could hear from them what programs they would like to see from us so that we could implement those and change our program plans for the future to better meet their needs. And so we are almost at the end of that community engagement as we're ending here FY23 and really proud to be able to execute that. And kind of along the same lines, I'm very proud of executing the equity initiative that came about by Warrant Article 26 passed in May of 22, where a committee was put together by Parks and Rec and really did a deep dive with about 14 community members who are very interested in making our program cost equitable and trying to figure out how to do that. And so that initiative is ongoing now in FY23 and is ARPA funded. I'm really proud of that accomplishment. So that would be our biggest accomplishment for general fund. And I want to tell you about the revolving fund next. That's the second bullet point. It sounds simple. Well, we've successfully added and filled new programs, right? But I want to talk through some of them because they're quite fun and engaging. So the idea here is that we knew we were serving the community well in recreation. When I started here, I used to hear that, you're doing a great job, doing a great job. Well, I thought, well, we could do better though. Who are we not serving? And so we set out to meet that goal. So we knew we needed to add some programs that were not so athletics specific or environmentally focused or rec therapy focused like we already had. And so what we did in FY23 is we added new programs. We added the Tap-In Community Room was built and we utilized that classroom at the high school. And in that community room, we offered a new program called MetroCraft, which I thought I'd highlight for you tonight in just a minute and tell you what that is. I thought you'd enjoy it. We also are offering Lego engineering now. We're also offering a writing wizards class. We're doing an expert architect class in that room. And we're also outside of that room, we added street hockey, we added volleyball, we added futsal, rugby, junior pickleball, and really new in the last month, adult soccer. So let me dive into MetroCraft for you because I thought you'd get a kick out of this. MetroCraft is an online course where you build and govern a world-class city. You come together and have everything you need. You build a budget, you furnish your own house, you plan a marketing campaign as you build your own business, you serve on a city council and vote to shape the city's future as you help create constitutional laws for your citizens. And the curriculum is guiding you through demonstrating how math, economics, and community building are essential and key to a successful working urban environment. So that is MetroCraft, one of our new classes. So as you can see, we've added quite a bit, and we're also filling our classes, our new programs very well. In our revolving fund is where all of our programs sit, and the Lego engineering class is filling very nicely. We've added additional private swim lessons, and those are filling to capacity. We've added, obviously, through the equity initiative, more water-based classes to serve low-income families who wanted recreation activities. We've also obviously expanded pickleball because it's not going away. So we've expanded pickleball. We've added more courts of play, more hours of play, and we've offered a night pickleball under the lights at Waldstein. So that is to the second bullet, successfully added new programs. And lastly, for accomplishments, I will share from the golf course perspective, we have completed the landscape master plan development process. So now let's move on to FY24. Our vision is, I'm just going to mention, is still the same for the department. We really focus on the customer experience. We focus on quality programs, and we're continuing to analyze all of our business practices in search of areas to improve. That is the vision for the department. It's stayed pretty consistent over the last few years. But let's talk about our specific goals now. Again, pulled right out of our goals that were submitted with our budget. I think the first goal that, or the one I want to highlight for you, and there's many, is we're going to continue toward accreditation through CAPRA. And CAPRA is the Commission for Accreditation of Park and Recreation Agencies. And what it really means is that we are meeting or exceeding standards maintained by park and recreation leaders. We're strengthening the values of the program, the facilities, and the experiences that community members are getting. So that's what that's about, and we're going to continue toward that. Currently, we're about 50% completed with CAPRA. So my goal for that is to be 75% complete by the end of the fiscal year. It's a 5-year project. Next, I want to highlight that we are renovating the Sewell outdoor classroom space. And for this, it's a CIP project. It's going to come out of the Recreation Revolving Fund. And for this, I'm going to read a little bit of the highlights here for you so that you know what that project is about. So Sewell Early Childhood Education Center has a philosophy that supports nature, diversity, and discovery. The school is and was pre-pandemic 100% cost recovery. It's a little lower now, but still doing really well. We're looking to more formally design an outdoor classroom space to help them achieve their mission. We currently utilize the Sewell courtyard for an outside classroom, but it's fallen into disrepair and it's in need of capital improvement to redesign the space, make it more developmentally appropriate for the growing school. The project space is about 3,000 square feet, pardon me. And historically, during significant weather events, there have been drainage issues that have impacted the wood frame. So that's a project that we are going to complete in FY24 if the budget allows, of course. This is our goal. And we're excited about that one. Lastly, I'll highlight that we are going to begin the improvement phase on the Robert T. Lynch Golf Course Landscape Master Plan, and that would be the construction phase. Next, I want to go to the question around new personnel. So in FY24, we did get back one rec leader that we lost that was first furloughed and then laid off during the COVID pandemic. So it is restored in FY24, and that person is going to lead our health and wellness initiatives as well as our 55+ programming. So we're really excited about that. We also added another supervisor into the rec revolving fund for the pool supervisor, and that person is going to lead it's going to allow us to expand our swim lessons and swim classes and potentially operating hours. So we're thrilled about that. And the community is going to see a lot of benefit from that. In terms of new initiatives, I do not have any new initiatives planned, but we are going to focus on improving the current ones. And we have many projects, as I stated. We really want to learn from our equity initiative right now and work to improve it over time. We also have a racial equity initiative through the department that I want to finish in FY23 and then see what I can continue for 24. And then obviously, of course, we have the landscape master plan and the clubhouse master plan. So I'm not going to add any new initiatives to FY24 except build on the current ones. Obviously, we're building on Brookline Day and the success of that, those kinds of things.
Now 2 minutes, Lee, just letting you know.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay. And so our priorities again, like I shared, are quality programming, great customer service, and engaged community partners. I do want to highlight and thank our largest community partners, which I would share is DPW and Parks and Open Space Division, of course, the schools, some of our vendors, obviously, and the senior center and the library. So I want to thank them, and I will continue to work with them to really get to these priorities in FY24. And with that, that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions for you.
Thank you. Any questions from the select board? Is Miriam logged on?
Actually, that is a good question. I don't think so. I don't see her in the panelists list, so. Or in the attendees.
Mike.
No, I
it
just,
looked like you were.
well, I'm just thinking that was a great presentation. I really think you did very well to describe what you're doing and what you want to do. It seems from where we're sitting that it's going very well. Well, that's great.
Thank you.
Yes, I agree. Any other comments or questions? No,
Not really.
thank you, Lee.
Thank you very much, and I hope you have a great evening. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, Lee.
Thank you.
Okay, next, warrant article. These are public hearings. We get to hear from the public in addition to the presenters or the petitioners. Warrant Article 9, to increase the petition signatures. Neil Gordon, is he in the?
He's joining us remotely. Yep.
Yes, he's being promoted now. Neil, you're a panelist now. You can unmute, share your video, and you should be able to share screen when you're ready.
And actually, he is petitioner for both Article 9 and Article 10. Do you want to deal with them together?
Sorry.
If you want to, you can deal with them together.
However you'd like. I'll present one at a time, and then tell me what you want to do after Article 9.
Okay.
Okay, would you like to hear from me first? My pleasure.
Yep.
So I'm Neil Gordon. I'm Precinct 1 town meeting member and a member of the advisory committee. Let me start here. Town meeting is not a suggestion box. As we're all aware, or although for some reason not for this May, both the select board and the advisory committee have been burdened by a two-part trend: a proliferation of warrant articles and articles filed that are less than fully developed and less than well articulated. Town meeting, the select board, the advisory committee, and other boards, committees, and commissions involved in the process of reviewing, vetting, editing, amending, and voting on warrant articles deserve better. The straightforward warrant article proposed increasing the number of signatures required to file a warrant article for a special town meeting to 50 from 10. No changes proposed for our annual town meeting, which is set at 10 by state law and would require a home rule petition to change. So why 50 signatures? The law allows us to require any number from the current 10 to as many as 100. I chose 50, the number of signatures required for a candidate for townwide office. 50 signatures is no great burden if done with the modest luxury of time. And few petition warrant articles are so critical that they can't wait until the next town meeting, whether annual or special. For those that are truly important, rallying allies to quickly gather signatures is a viable option. For a true crisis, the select board can be petitioned directly. We can't know in advance whether this proposal will reduce our collective burden. We can't know in advance whether increasing the number of petition signatures only for special town meetings will cause a shifting of petitions from November to May. But I've been a town meeting member since 2009 and an advisory committee member since 2015. Most of you have similar experience. I believe the proposed change, if adopted, is likely to achieve, at least in meaningful part, the intended result. It's time to ease the burden and preserve the integrity of the warrant and our review and vetting process. It's time also to ease the burden of town meeting members and preserve the integrity of town meeting as a serious deliberative body. Town meeting is not a suggestion box. I ask the board for a recommendation of favorable action on Article 9.
Okay. Why don't you present on Article 10 and then we'll open up the public hearing.
Sure, my pleasure. So on Article 10, again, as the number of warrant articles has expanded, there's another parallel trend that's emerged. Where petition warrant articles were most often brought by a petitioner or two, we now see a proliferation of co-petitioners. So excluding the multiple counts of grouped warrant articles, of which there were a number, a rough count of last fall's special town meeting showed at least 15 articles with multiple petitioners. 5 had 5 or more co-petitioners. 1 had 11. For this May, the top 2 have 8 and 10 co-petitioners. Hidden to many, perhaps, is the impact the practice of listing co-petitioners without a designated lead places on our boards, committees, and commissions, and on the town staff. Scheduling meetings and hearings is difficult, and made more so when multiple petitioners are added to the mix. Further, the authority of one or another petitioner to speak for the others is often less than clear, leading to further delays. This causes a delay in holding meetings and in the completion of reports to town meeting members. This compresses as well town meeting members' preparation for town meeting. And I'll suggest that the public may be as confused as the rest of us in knowing which petitioner they should contact about a particular warrant article. Article 10 proposes that every petition warrant article designate a single, quote, lead petitioner, unquote. Designating a lead will create a single point of contact. It doesn't preclude collaboration or identification of co-sponsors or co-petitioners, call them what you may. I've received several comments about broadening the requirement that as drafted, the lead petitioner be a voter. I'm open to having that conversation. To summarize, Article 10 is a small step toward making the work of the Select Board, Advisory Committee, town staff, and others just a bit more efficient. It's intended to complement other small steps that are being taken to, as I said, in relation to Article 9, ease the burden of the Select Board and other of the town's boards, committees, and commissions and town meeting. And I'll ask for a recommendation as well of favorable action on Article 10. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we open up for open up the public hearing, any questions or comments from the select board? Miriam, I see you're here. You have your hand up.
Yes, yes. Thank you. My apologies for missing the first few minutes of that, Mr. Gordon. I had
I'm happy to read it again.
That's okay. I read the closed caption. And I read the Warrant article. So I just have a couple of questions I'm hoping you can address. We do have a couple of examples. I'll just cite Arlington as one of them, population of about 43,000. They have this 50 signature requirement. And in 2020, they had 83 warrant articles. In 2021, they had 91 warrant articles at their annual town meeting. And in 2022, they had 77 warrant articles at their annual town meeting. So I'd love it if you could show me some examples of some other, if you can find them, some other equivalents or near equivalent. I know we can't find perfect equivalents, that increasing the requirement for signatures resulted in a decrease in warrant articles. Because I don't, in my search, which is not expansive, but did turn up a few, I didn't see that. And the second, I'll just put them all out there so you can all address them at once. In terms of the other warrant article with reducing the number of petitioners, I guess my thinking is the opposite, which is if there are a lot of petitioners, then the likelihood of one of them being available to come to the many, and as you rightly recognize, many select board, AC, committee meetings. To me, it feels like the more petitioners, the more likely that warrant article will have representation at the right time. And maybe what we need to do is ask them to be more organized about who's handling what, but I don't see the benefit of reducing it. And in fact, I feel like they're opposite, which is it makes it harder for people to be involved in the process. So I'm hoping you can address those, please.
All right, so let me speak to the number of petition signatures first. I can't speak to the culture of any other community and its town meeting. I don't know what's included in their warrant articles. I don't know how many are brought by select boards, by boards, committees, and commissions. I don't know in what detail they're brought or on what issues. That's up to the individual community. I do know that it's not an uncommon practice in Brookline. And I don't know which articles necessarily because this isn't recorded, but I know it's not an uncommon practice in Brookline. Late in the game, meaning shortly before a warrant expires, for someone to come up with an idea, get 10 signatures, draft a warrant article, get 10 signatures. It's usually pretty easy to get two just at home. If you stand on the 6th floor at the window on the date that the warrant closes, go there at 11:30. You'll have a stream of people, and I've seen this done. Please sign my warrant article. I need 3 more signatures for the petition. We know what those warrant articles look like when they're presented in the warrant and when they come for a review to the select board and the advisory committee and other boards and commissions. And as one rather frequent petitioner said, not long ago on the TMMA listserv, well, you bring a warrant article and then the advisory committee reviews it and they amend it and they rewrite it and they make it better. That's how the system works. No, that's not how the system works. That's how the system is abused. I think that bringing some seriousness to a special town meeting, which is all I can offer to amend without a home rule petition, and I'm not going there, that we start getting some forethought and seriousness before warrant articles come to town meeting. 50 signatures is just not that hard to get. To your second, my proposal for lead petitioner does not in any way limit the number of people that can be identified as supporting a warrant article or petitioning a warrant article. What I ask for is a single point of contact where it's not up to, for example, the advisory committee subcommittee chair or a member of the select board staff, select board office, to figure out who is available, who they should call, and be responsible for calling more than one contact for any particular warrant article. In terms of having people available, perhaps it's a different complaint, perhaps not. The advantage of a lead petitioner, and I say this in my remarks, is that we know who's responsible for a warrant article. It is a lead petitioner. I've been in too many circumstances where, as a subcommittee member, we spent several hours. We've had negotiations, if you want to call them that. We worked on language, we worked on amendments, and the last thing said by a petitioner of many is, I just need to check with my co-petitioners, which causes us to have to schedule another hearing and another meeting, because invariably they want another bite at the apple. I think that we deserve, the system deserves, one identifiable person to be responsible for their warrant article.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Scott, are you at the microphone to comment on this? Speak.
Thank you.
Oh, actually, no, I need to open the public hearing.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
We're not actually. at
So
that
the
point.
public hearing is hereby open.
We have one person in person who is going to speak at the presentation station.
And I do feel like I said, thank you, Chair Green, the last time I was here in person for this mic. So
Like 3 years ago, right?
exactly. It's what's old is new again. Okay, so we're addressing both 9 and 10 at the same time. I'll start with 9. So I feel like, you know, with all respect, this is the wrong solution to an issue which is not a problem, but a symptom of a burgeoning democracy. Until we alter it by charter change, if we ever do, Brookline's town meeting embraces a model of direct democracy, which makes it easy for our citizens to get involved in our town government. The petitioner claims that we cannot know the effect of the proposed changes, but we can, in fact, because other towns and cities, or other towns rather, have higher signature limits for specials. And as Select Board Member Miriam Ashkenazi pointed out, the result is that all the articles get crammed into annual town meeting, right? So if you really think that the solution to our problems is to have a 90-article spring town meeting and a 6-article fall town meeting, I simply disagree. What we had, if you look at Arlington's most recent, there were 0 petitioned articles in their special. All the articles in their special were brought by the select board or the town manager or other boards or committees, which got them put on by request. I don't think that's a good way to distribute the work in our town. I think that we are better off when we have roughly equal-sized meetings in fall and spring, so we can deal with them in 2 manageable chunks, rather than have a meeting in May, which lasts well into June. That seems like a terrible idea, frankly speaking. Further, we're always told that the spring is not the time to bring budget articles. Petitioner after petitioner has tried to bring an article related to the budget, and we're told it's too late to bring in the spring. The budget process is fundamentally over. And the time to bring budget related articles is in the fall, when they can be incorporated into the next year's budget cycle. And again, it seems like increasing the difficulty of bringing budget articles in the fall is going to produce more of what I think the petitioner complains about, which is, ill-informed people bringing articles into the spring too late for the budget process, or last-minute budget amendments on the floor. Again, I think we need to be encouraging folks with budget requests to bring them in the fall, not discouraging them. So those are my brief points on 9. On Article 10, again, I'm not sure that there's a problem here that requires a warrant article. The form presented by the Select Board's office clearly asks for an email address. I've filled it out many times myself. And it seems that education about the lead petitioner's nomenclature, it certainly is confusing. A lot of people don't really understand the difference between petitioners and lead petitioner, and it's not well defined, but that more properly belongs to the moderator or the town meeting handbook or the advisory committee questionnaire, which they distribute, or the Select Board form. It seems overly punitive. Further, or just have the Select Board office, when the form is dropped off, circle one of the names as lead petitioner, or make sure there's an email address in the form. Further, I think to the extent that it implies that there is only a single lead petitioner for an article, it's reductive and misleading. I have certainly worked on articles with a broad committee where I can't make decisions by myself because it's a group of people bringing this article, and I have had issues with people referring to the article as the Ananian article because I'm listed first in alphabetical order because my name begins with an A. And then they'll get mad at me for not making a change when I'm not the lead petitioner on the article. I'm one of a number of people. And, I understand that this may be confusing to some people, but that is the actual fact of how those articles are done. But there's a more insidious issue with this article, which I've asked the petitioner to consider amending. He states that the lead petitioner is expected to be a citizen of the town. We have had numerous articles in previous years where the lead petitioner, the person primarily responsible for defending the article, is a non-citizen due to age. We've had articles brought by high school students or groups of high school students. They are the true lead petitioner of the article, and in the case I'm thinking of, certainly was responsible for scheduling the meetings and defending his work. They're not the mover at town meetings.
Wait a minute, a citizen, when a baby is born in the United States, that baby is a citizen.
Sorry, not citizen. I think the word in the article is
Voter.
Yeah. Sorry. I misspoke. They are a non-voter. They are a citizen of Brookline. So I think I'm going to assume that this is just an oversight by the petitioner, but I feel very strongly that to the extent a lead petitioner is mentioned at all or codified at all, it should be a resident, not a voter of town, in tribute to the many residents of the town who've contributed productively. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Charlotte,
Do we want to do still 3 minutes per person, or because it's 2
I do.
articles, so it's kind of, I don't know, it's a little confusing. We had
we officially, yes, 3 minutes.
Yeah.
If
for both
the-
articles.
No, that's not fair.
Yeah, that's
That-
what I
that's
mean.
not
Yeah,
fair.
that's what I mean. So it's, I guess,
No, Scott, and Scott's worth 6 minutes for that.
there you go. Fair enough. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
clarify.
Mm.
Do we want Neil to respond to any of that before I go to the next?
Yeah, if you'd like to.
Because we did have one person asking Q&A to
Well,
respond specifically to the shifting articles from STM to ATM question that Scott raised as well. So I just wanted to flag that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did you have something, Mike?
I think it'd be better to have all the public comments and then
Oh, okay.
let Neil respond. I mean, that's what I've typically done with
Okay,
the ACH.
Okay.
so.
All right. That sounds fine. So hold off on that, Neil. The next person signed up for public comment is Anthony Ishak. Anthony, I'm promoting you now. Anthony, you have been promoted to a panelist. You may unmute and show your video, and we will, I guess if you want to speak on both articles, you'll have 6 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Anthony Ishak, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. So I am here to speak to the petitioner's warrant article proposal. While I'm sympathetic to the reason for the warrant article, and I'm also greatly appreciative for the time that has been spent in the past by the select board, advisory, all the various boards and town staff to work through all the proposed warrant articles that have been passed and brought forth to be discussed. And my fellow town meeting members, I also want to acknowledge that I'm not sure, I think this is a solution, but I'm not sure that the way it is currently written is the appropriate solution. As a town meeting member who has brought forth, I believe, 4 or 5 warrant articles, a couple of which have been a little bit complex, I find that the approach trying to get 50 signatures can sometimes be an issue. As you will be discussing later on this evening, there's one warrant article that I and a couple of co-petitioners brought forth that I think borders a little bit on safety issues for me to be able to just be out in public at a Trader Joe's or a public area and say, here's my idea for a warrant article, who would like to sign it? Or to go door to door to try and just collate as many signatures as I can. So although the comparison to someone running for townwide office can get 50 signatures, I think that's actually a little bit simplified. Someone who's running for town office has a clear goal. I am running for, either a library trustee or whatever it is. This is what I need to just get on the ballot and then force the discussion. Some of the other things that might be more complex can require like discussion with the public, can be controversial, and to just try and accumulate signatures can be quite difficult. I actually think to some point, this actually might be easier for some of the warrant articles that aren't necessarily hyper local to Brookline. For example, if I want to censor Governor DeSantis and his comments, I could probably stand in front of Trader Joe's in this town with this spectrum in terms of lean on the political spectrum and easily get 100 signatures. But trying to explain the idea of like tobacco-free generation or what a geospatial survey would be can be difficult to get the public to sign up for it. So I do think that 10 might be low. I do think that 50 is high. I think a number that's much lower is an opportunity to try it and see if that accomplishes the goal. As far as warrant articles, we see in our current schedule, there's significantly less in number compared to the past without a change in the number of signatures. I'll close by saying, at least for this warrant article, I think if it were to change, I would be considering whether it would make more sense to try and bring forth more warrant articles to the May town meeting at that point. But also, if I'm going to work and have to get 50 signatures as someone who works full time and has limited hours after work to try and accumulate signatures, I might try and get 2 or 3 articles together so that if I'm getting 50, I could just go and have 50 people. So I'm not significantly increasing my time. So although I'm sympathetic to this warrant article and the intent of it, my hope is that there could be discussion about the number of signatures required and to make it so that it's feasible in terms of when it's a complex warrant article and feasible for those of us who volunteer our time outside of a full-time position as someone who doesn't have a family. Someone who has family and works full-time, their time becomes limited to be able to try and do this. My hope is that you have all heard the various warrant articles I brought forth. I put in a lot of preparation, usually 6 to 8 months ahead, to try and get things together for it. But oftentimes the signatures I look for are the signatures that are going to be able to get it and get the process started in a safe manner and also in a manner that allows the appropriate discussion needed. One comment on the second warrant article, I agree with the intent, but I will echo what everyone else has said. I do think it should just be a resident in Brookline so that it doesn't potentially impact those who might not be citizens, but live in the town and fully involved or by age. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to this. And I'm sorry if I went over time.
Nope. Thanks. The next person signed up for public comment is Marissa Vogt. I am promoting them now. Marissa, you have been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute, share your video, and your time will begin.
Hi, everyone. My name is Marissa Vogt. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 6, and I was the petitioner or lead petitioner on, I think, 3 warrant articles last year. I just wanted to speak about warrant article 9. You know, I understand the frustration with all the workload, and you know, hi Victoria. This is Victoria. And you know, I understand that there's a problem that this is trying to solve, but to me, Victoria, could you please go to your bed? To me, I think my discomfort is that I don't think that we should be placing the burden of solving this problem immediately on the citizens of town, or the residents of town, or the voters of town, whatever is the correct word. I'm sorry. I think we need to first try to implement some changes in the way the advisory committee reviews articles, or in the way the select board does things, or you know, first we need to try and work things out in our town government. But we shouldn't be putting the extra work here on the petitioners to get these wet signatures, which are, you know, a totally this requirement to get in-person wet signatures it's just so archaic, and so it's so frustrating from an inclusion standpoint. You know, I remember the first time I ran for town meeting, you know, the time that I had to get the 10 signatures, walking around with that little one that you just saw, Victoria, in a stroller. She was much smaller then. It was really difficult to knock on doors because I couldn't get to the doors because I had the stroller with me. And, you know, we have people in the community who are immunocompromised, who have kids in strollers, who are in wheelchairs. It is not getting 10 signatures is not always easy. And so to go backwards in terms of progress and require more there, I think that can't be the first solution, the first way we try to solve this problem. So I just think we need to try other things first before we put that burden on petitioners. So that's all. Thank you. I'm sorry that there was a little bit of an interruption there.
The next person signed up for public comment is Michael P. Herdeg. I am promoting you now, Michael. Michael, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video, and your time will begin.
Hey, everybody. Michael, actually Marissa's spouse. I just heard the topic. It's about the warrant article and wanted to mention something. I love the idea of raising the signature limit in the place where it's legally allowed. I think it's awesome. That it's always infuriated me watching the advisory committee that these poor folks have to spend like 12 hours talking and thinking about everything that gets 10 signatures from anyone in town. It's quite a burden. I don't think it's going to stop the stuff that I think folks see as being frustrating and not sort of in line and civil with the town meeting, because you can get 50 signatures from the group that they don't view as particularly civil or somebody who ought to be writing legislation. But I think it's a great idea to add a little bit of friction, just because it is really rough to have to watch the advisory committee and select board, y'all talk about everything forever. So I think it's great. I don't think it fixes the root cause problem, which is that being a petitioner is really painful. I read the post-mortem document from one of the lead petitioners of the sidewalk shoveling article that got watered down to oblivion last fall. And that was really painful for her. The experience of being the advisory committee and select board and having to work on warrant articles, I admit, is terrible. But what the town should be thinking about is the experience of the residents who benefit from the municipal services that we provide, and the unique form of democracy that's participatory, that allows us to make things better for ourselves at whatever local scale we can. And changing the number from 10 to 50, it's great, let's do it. But it's not fixing the root cause problem here, which is that it's really, really, really hard to talk to people out in the real world and discover what they want. Maybe instead you should have to have 10 people who each submit a paragraph about what the warrant article is for and why it's good for them. Maybe it should be 10 different people who aren't the ones that you saw that you always hear from at every public meeting. I don't know. It's just like, when you go to talk to folks to get signatures for anything, and they ask you, what is the town meeting? Why does it have 17% turnout? What do you people do? Something's missing here. Something really deep is missing from the way that the residents of the town understand what is happening in government and what is changing. And the advisory committee works with the people who are trying to make things better to, in a less painful and frustrating way, find a solution for problems. And I don't know if this necessarily fixes the root cause. So this is awesome. Let's do it, please. Yes, absolutely, 100%. Make it harder to write legislation, but also let's make it less painful. Let's find some way for the advisory committee to promise in exchange for this work that makes their job easier, something in exchange that will make citizen petitioners work easier. What is the pro quo, right? Like, what are they giving in exchange for this benefit? I don't know, but I would love to hear some commitment about how things are going to be better for everybody. That's all. Thank you.
There are currently 12 attendees, and no one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they would like to make a comment. I did have that one question in the Q&A for Neil to respond to as well. Miriam has her hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to read Mike Toffel's question. Is that okay?
Oh, okay. Please do. Yeah.
Yeah, Mike Toffel asked, please ask Neil Gordon on my behalf. Shouldn't we expect an increase to 50 signatures to simply shift more warrant articles from special town meeting to annual town meeting, where we already have the budget to discuss, risking making ATM much longer? Thanks. Mike Toffel, TMM 8.
So, Neil, I take it you have a list of the comments.
Yeah,
people
I
have,
come down to, I think I distill it down to 3 responses, and I'll take the shift first. I'm not all that good at predicting the future. I'll say this. It's possible that all of the warrant articles that are petitioned in the fall, out of ease of getting 10 signatures versus 50, we'll just wait until May. I don't think that's a fact, but it's not impossible. In a more realistic way, I would swap a day in the fall and add that day in the spring. Fall town meeting is problematic. It starts the week before Thanksgiving. It takes a week off for Thanksgiving, and then it's right up against holidays when it reconvenes. I would rather take, we're not talking about another month. If there is a shift, a day or two shift, I'd rather have that longer meeting in the spring and the shorter meeting in the fall. As I said, I can't predict the shift. I can't imagine that increasing the number of signatures will have no effect whatsoever. But don't know. Can't predict the future. On the issue of voter, I drafted voter. I drafted it consistent with the current bylaw that's titled petition signatures or petitioned articles, requires the signatures of voters. I have no problem with that being residents. I think we need to look at the question of whether lead petitioner can be a minor. There are issues with minors disclosing contact information in public documents, of which there surely would be public documents, but an adult resident, non-citizen, citizen, voter, or otherwise, I don't have an issue with. The last issue, gee, this is complicated. I've got to stand out in front of Trader Joe's. Anthony Ishak's the petitioner of warrant article. He collected signatures. He missed the deadline to file. And in order to bring his warrant article to town meeting, he collected 200 signatures to call a special town meeting. I believe that that's happened. I collected 35 signatures for my warrant articles in about 35 minutes because I took it to a place where I knew there would be a lot of registered voters who were reasonably politically savvy. I've run townwide 4 times. I've collected more than 50 signatures each time. It's just not that hard. I have the last thing. It's not stand out in front of Trader Joe's. It's do a little bit of networking and a little bit of work. I am not the only one in this meeting right now that has the email addresses and phone numbers of 255 town meeting members, 5 select board members, and so on and so forth. It's just not that hard to get to 50 signatures.
Okay, any other public comments?
We have one more person who wants to
Okay.
speak. I'm promoting them now. Bonnie Bastian, you have been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute, share your video, and your time will begin.
Hi, everybody. Bonnie Bastian, town meeting member in precinct 5. Thank you for allowing me to briefly make a comment. The petitioner just said how easy it is to get 50 signatures, and I agree. It's not going to be a barrier. It's not going to make warrant articles better. It's not going to make them more high quality. It's not going to make them more proficiently written. What would make them more proficiently written is if the advisory committee was willing to collaborate instead of grinding people's souls down to dust in the process of moving a warrant article through, or provide, the town meeting moderator. If the town meeting moderator would provide assistance in language or scope, there's a lot of people in town that, we have tried to build community with people who are really good at writing warrant articles so that we can support each other to do it. If you want better warrant articles and you want to spend less time, provide resources, provide input, provide better learning opportunities, because like others have said before, we have an all volunteer representative town meeting with so many regular people with the opportunity to have a say in how we live our lives here, how we make rules, what kind of rules those are. That comes with this trade-off. We're not policy experts. We don't have policy degrees, or most of us. We're not all lawyers. We're people with lived experience and a perspective on what we think should happen in town. So this has always been an issue, to give people some kind of infrastructure that can provide what you're looking for. This is just gatekeeping. And I promise you it's not going to work. It's not going to stop anyone from submitting something. Townwide seats, we can get 50 signatures, just like you said, within half a day. So let's think harder about how to make people's process better, about how to bring someone's vision into reality in a way that won't overwork the advisory committee, in a way that won't have to have people coming back and forth because they didn't understand that something needed to be included. Let's give people resources rather than building walls that are not actually going to solve the problem. Thank you.
Okay, any further public comments?
There are 12 attendees and no one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate that they would like to make a comment.
Nia, would you like to make some final comments?
So I've answered the questions that came up. I think that the provisions of these 2 articles are fairly straightforward. I think they're understood by the select board. I'm open to any questions, but in the interest of time, I don't think I need to repeat or further rebut.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to say to Bonnie that when I apologize if when I was on the advisory committee, I participated in grinding you to dust. I think most of the time, not all the time, certainly, the advisory committee does a pretty good job working with petitioners to fix problems that the petitioners quite, they just didn't recognize were in the article. without grinding them into too fine a particle. And sometimes, certainly the comment is a fair one. I guess what I would say is getting 50 signatures is relatively easy, but there have been times when warrant articles have appeared at the last possible moment, coming from someone who woke up in the morning and said, "Oh, I think the warrant is closing, and I'm going to go out and get this. I have this idea, and I should, I'll go out and get 10 signatures." Having 50 signatures does put a slightly higher barrier in front of somebody like that, so that perhaps those things that pop up in the wee hours of the morning just before the warrant closes won't pop up quite as often on the warrant. And as far as the lead petition is concerned, I do think that it's important to have, as Neil says, have someone that the subcommittee chair on the advisory committee or the chair of the advisory committee can contact to will have authority to speak for all of the petitioners when some suggestion comes up, be it good or bad, about a change in the warrant article. So I recognize that we don't live in a perfect situation here, and these are not perfect warrant articles. I'm not sure whether they'll solve the problem, but I'm willing to give them a try.
Yeah, I would add that 50 signatures is pretty easy if you have connections and contacts within the community and within the civic life of the community. You would know, for example, to go to meetings of the select board or meetings of the advisory committee where there are plenty of people who sign your petition. You'd know to maybe drop them off at Neil's house, and he lets people come by on his porch and sign petitions and other things. Now, of course, there are a lot of people who are not, within the in crowd of people who know how the system works here in Brookline, who it may be difficult to get 50 signatures, but that means that the advisory committee and others who give some guidance to petitioners in preparing warrant articles should help them out in that regard, in terms of identifying where the best way to get signatures, the need to appear at committee meetings, advisory committee meetings, and other meetings to both be involved with the town's operations or the civic life of the town, but also to be where you can get the signatures to fill out your petition. So that's one thought. Miriam, did you have your hand up? Oh, sorry.
I did, but I changed my mind. I was just going to point
Okay.
out that coming to the select board meeting will get you all of 6 signatures. One,
Well,
two, three.
6, and then the advisory committee will get you maybe another 10 or
Do they meet-
15.
do they
So I
meet
mean, it's
in
gonna take 2 or 3 meetings, but you'll get there.
One
they meet
Tuesday
in
night.
person?
Huh?
One Tuesday night.
One Tuesday. Well, yeah, this meeting, only one person. Okay. Any other questions? Yeah. Okay, let's close this hearing and move on to, thank you, Neil.
My
Move
pleasure.
on to,
Thank you.
okay. Move on to warrant article 22, home rule petition regarding ranked choice voting. Mr. Ananian. Yeah.
Oliver, you've got my slides.
Yes, I'm sorry. I thought you were going to be.
I can do it from here. I just thought it would be easier if you're already hooked up. Yes.
I thought you were going to be remote. That's on me. So
Yeah. No, I can
Mike, Mike.
do that too.
What's the difference between that and remote? In fact, that was all.
Pardon me?
That was all.
We're just saying, come on, but we'll see.
Oh, if it's on
If
drive,
they can
we'll
be
be
able
able
to,
to sign it. That's fine.
I didn't touch that. Yeah. Okay. This is on the
Screen like
This
this.
is making these hybrid meetings work.
That's right. We're making it so everyone gets to see. We're looking at, so, what's this? So it looks like it's going.
Like yes,
After 9 o'clock, I'm on over.
left and right. Okay. Yep. Screen sharing.
It's been a long one.
Okay. Brave New World. I see Ben Kaufman's joining us too, which is good. Hello. Thank you, Chair Green and the rest of the select board members. I'm Scott Ananian. I'm chair of the Ranked Choice Voting Study Committee. And these are the members of that committee, Kathleen, who you appointed a few months ago, not very much long ago. Kathleen Cavell served through October of 2022. We have Joan Lautenschlager, Alexander Neary, Joan Sawyer, Isaac Silberberg, Jay Schweitzer Shallett, and of course our select board representative is Mike Sandman, and Ben Kaufman as the town clerk is also a voting member of the committee. So the committee was charged with a number of things, which we are still working on. But among our tasks are to make a specific recommendation on implementation via home rule petition, which is what I'm here tonight for. A brief history of the work, which I don't want to waste your time, so I'm not going to go. I'm going to go fairly quickly through this, but there was a statewide ballot question in November 2020. The warrant article 18 came to town meeting shortly after that due to COVID and other issues. The charge wasn't passed until, I can't even read that on my screen, 2022. The members of the committee were named in the summer of last year. We first met of August in 2022, and we've been meeting roughly weekly since then on a somewhat breakneck pace to get these articles to you tonight. We had our public hearing as required in our charge on February 13th, incorporated a number of suggestions from members of the public. We approved the warrant article just before the deadline, and we had our first public hearing before the advisory committee last week, and we're here before you tonight. Briefly, the timeline past this point, if the annual town meeting approves this warrant article for submission to the state legislature, it would still need to be approved by the state legislature, and then there would be a townwide vote required. All of town would have to approve the use of RCV, and then it would be used for the next municipal election after that. So at the most optimistic possible pace, if town meeting approved it in this May, and the state legislature approved it sometime in this legislative session, the vote in May of 2024 would be the one where it's presented to the voters, and we'd first use RCV in roughly May of 2025. The committee worked by first reviewing similar warrant articles from Arlington, Northampton, East Hampton, Concord, Amherst, as well as draft legislation, which was provided by Greg Dennis of Voter Choice MA. We pulled them all together, looked at all the commonalities, all the differences, and came up with a list of specific topics we needed to address and make decisions on. And we've more or less worked through that fairly methodically to go down the list and establish consensus on the home rule petition before you tonight. It has the as I mentioned, we had a public hearing. After the public hearing, we added a few changes in response to public comment. Ooh, I misspelled public there. Including wording to account for special municipal elections, candidate randomization by lots, which I'll say was something Mr. Van Scoyac, Mr. Vitolo, and Mr. Anani, Dr. Anani, and myself all agreed on. As you may or may not know, the candidates are required to be listed alphabetically by current state law, which we can change with a home rule petition. We also added a procedure to discontinue or reconcile the use of RCV by another townwide vote. There was a concern that if the state eventually did pass provisions for municipal RCV, we might be sort of left stranded with a weird non-standard application, and this would make it easy to go back to the state form, as well as to discontinue it if the town, after experiencing RCV, decided they didn't want it. we'll also briefly describe bylaws for publication of election results and voter education. The committee will make recommendations in its report on these topics, but because of the good rapport we're having with the town clerk and with our select board representative, we didn't feel like it was necessary to mandate those at this time. That also provides a little bit of flexibility to account for any unforeseen hurdles we might have in the initial implementation. The town clerk can sort of adjust on the fly. I am going to assume that you all know what ranked choice voting is and skip over this section for now. But if you have questions about how RCV works in practice, let me know. The important property here from the voter perspective, voting for one candidate or two candidates is the same. You always rank your choices first, second, third. So there's no difference between an election which elects 2 out of 5 or 1 out of 5. From the voter perspective, it's the same experience for all these different types of elections. There is a difference in how they're tallied, which we can get into if you're interested. Again, why this matters to Brookline was covered in previous sessions in 2020. In 2020, we had a debate of this in town meeting. I can go over that with you as well if you're interested, but I'm going to try to get through my slides and give you the overview as quickly as possible to spare your time. As I said, one of the interesting things is that it does disincentivize negative campaigning, and it avoids the need for strategic voting. Both of these are relevant to our town, especially if you look at previous select board races in town. This is a short list of the questions that were considered by the committee. The bottom is you can't see either. Actually, there's nothing under that you can't see because of the captions. But basically, the most interesting question here is what elections should use RCV. The committee was unanimous on feeling that this was appropriate to all townwide elections. There was a difference in opinion among committee members on whether it should apply to town meeting member elections, especially in redistricting years where you might have 20 candidates on the ballot. Majority of the committee still felt that it was useful in these elections, and the committee unanimously decided to include it in the warrant article because, of course, language can be omitted, the scope can be narrowed as we go through this process for town meeting, but it can't be expanded. And everyone on the committee felt that it was certainly worth presenting to town meeting as an option. We talked about the process for multi-winner elections, settling on a proportional system. We talked about publication of results and mandatory education clauses, both of which we'll make recommendations on, but are not codified in bylaws, although the home rule petition does provide a provision for a future town meeting to add bylaws in those areas if it's felt that it's needed. The form of local approval is a townwide vote after passage by town meeting, as I mentioned before. We spent a lot of time on what the criteria for invalid marks should be, how to treat overvotes and skipped rankings, how ties should be handled. Considered ballot size issues as well, ultimately giving the clerk some discretion to accommodate very large candidate pools if that's necessary. And there were some minor issues about severability, the amount of discretion to give to the clerk to handle unforeseen circumstances that might arise, as well as the transition timeline. And as I mentioned, we settled on a sort of May to May. So once the state legislature would approve the home rule petition, the town would schedule the townwide vote at the next May election. It would take effect the May after that. So after this, I have slides that go through the language clause by clause, which I can refer to if there are questions. But I think that's the basic overview. I'd like to sort of let the select board ask questions, and I can answer them with reference to the language if necessary. I will note that there were a few comments from town council, mostly regarding wording tweaks, which the committee is meeting tomorrow to address. We briefly discussed this in our joint hearing with the advisory subcommittee last week, and I think we're mostly in agreement on this. He does suggest a little more specificity in section 4, stating the exact wording that we want on the question and providing that a summary of the act would be prepared by town council, roughly the process we're using right now for the override votes. I think the committee is in agreement with this, but we have not yet voted on that new language. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the select board? Mike, I'm sorry, John.
Scott, thank you so much. And thanks to your committee for a lot of hard work over many, many weeks and months. And I'm just going to keep my comment short, which is given what you just gave as, a very thorough and in-depth description of the proposed system of balloting, I'm going to describe our current system of balloting. Names of candidates are listed on the ballot. The candidate that gets the most votes wins, or the candidates, in a 2-for-3 contest, period, end of sentence. So you've been asked this question before, but I've never yet heard an answer that satisfies me. What problem is this intended to solve, given all of the complications of an alternative system of voting that you guys have carefully constructed, in great sort of detail? But as somebody said at your last meeting, hour after hour of discussion has been spent by a group of really smart people who are steeped in this, trying to figure out the complexities of it. How is the average voter expected to respond to it with, a minute or less to walk into a voting booth and make choices on a ballot?
Can I answer the second question?
I asked the question of Scott, but
I appreciate that, but no, I appreciate that. But since I'm the only person who was on the committee who's actually had experience
yes,
with ranked choice voting,
yes,
I'll say what I have said more than once. I was in the 8th grade when I learned how ranked choice voting worked in the city of Worcester, which was using it at the time, and I had no problem whatsoever understanding it.
God bless you. I'm so glad.
Well, the point is,
why did it take all those weeks for a committee to figure out how it will work?
well, the other side of it is there's another side of the coin, which is the committee looked at this in really excruciating detail, very, very, very methodically, and I give the chair a great deal of credit in walking us through line by line in a draft piece of legislation. And as you know, legislation is not necessarily as simple as the goal that it seeks to accomplish. I could also answer your first question, but I'll let Scott do that.
Yeah, I did try to emphasize in the slide where we presented the ballot that the complexity is mostly on the tabulation side, on the clerk side. The experience for the voter is very simple. You just rank the candidates you want in the order that you want. And I certainly have had experience teaching for our precinct 10 vacancy, for example. We had a selection of a couple folks, and I pulled up there's a nice website, RCV123. You just fill in the options, and people who had no experience of RCV sat down. They found it very easy. Matter of fact, in that to rank the candidates they wanted. We had the election. They understood the results. Certainly, we're not the first people to use RCV. It's been used in Maine. It's been used in San Francisco. And it doesn't seem to be an issue in practice with people understanding it. When it comes down to writing the legislation, there are a lot of details and dots to put on your I's and T's to cross to deal with what happens if if there's a tie all the way down the line. What happens if the voter's intent is unclear, if they overvote or undervote. And it's important to get those details right, and we spent a lot of time doing that. As well as, like I said, working on recommendations for the clerk's office and what sort of voter education should be provided when this is first used. Is it sufficient? And I think we came up with a pretty clear plan that both addresses all existing voters as well as an ongoing process. So as new voters are registered in Brookline, what materials they receive in order to make sure that they understand. And I will say one of the concerns, I mentioned that the only area that the committee was split on was the application of RCV to town meeting member elections. And one of the arguments in favor, frankly, is that it would be a consistent experience, right, to have RCV uniformly for all elections on the ballot. I think ultimately that's a simpler system than if you try to, vote one way for one set of elections and a different way for a different set of elections.
And excuse me, but the answer to my question,
Maybe I forgot.
what problem have you solved?
It's a very.
Well, let me give you another anecdote, which is, for the state, for the congressional race, I'm an election warden, so I voted early because I have to work on election day in a different precinct than my own. I happened to cast my vote, and the day after I cast my vote, the candidate I supported dropped out of the race. Right, so my vote was lost. Right, didn't count for anything. If I could have expressed my preferences among the various candidates on that ballot, my intent would have been honored. And briefly speaking, that is the goal of RCV, is to more accurately capture the voter's intent. Right, so you end up with a better result because the full intent of the ballot of the voter is expressed on their ballot, and ultimately, I think that leads to better results in town.
So the specific the election was the Democratic primary in which Jesse Mermel and Jake Auchincloss were the lead vote getters.
Yes.
And there were a large number of progressive candidates who were similar and they had similar views to Jesse's, between them all, they split 72% of the vote.
Yes.
Jake won.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that a bad thing for all of us? I mean,
Well,
I supported Jesse. too,
Yes.
but,
It's a bad
Not
thing for the
representative.
72% who didn't get the kind of candidate they wanted.
But you're assuming what would have happened if it had been ranked choice voting. And
Well,
there's no way of knowing. That.
No,
And
there's
it's also a reflection of the fact that all the progressive candidates got into the race instead of working out.
absolutely.
Since you brought that up, may I ask you a question? How
dumb
many
thing to do.
candidates did you cite were in that race?
There were, how many get started? There were about 8-10 candidates, something.
So the expectation is that the average voter walking into that contest has an opinion on which is the first favorite of the voter, the second favorite of the voter, the third.
No, not at all.
fifth.
You're not required by any means to vote for more than one.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So
But if
Scott-
you wish to, you can.
Okay.
And that is the advantage.
So if you don't even vote for more than one, how is it reflective of?
Well, that's your
any
choice.
depth to-
Gives you
to
choice.
the
Yeah,
board?
yeah,
Hey, Miriam wants to
Yeah.
Yeah.
say
First, can
something.
Scott just stop sharing so I can see? All I see is his big slide. Thank you. So thank you, Scott, and thank you to the committee. I appreciate all of this work. I agree with Mike. I think that is a perfect example of, while you might be right, Bernard, the progressives should have gotten behind a single candidate. They didn't, but that's no reason to punish the voters who wanted a progressive candidate and didn't get one because they had to choose between three or however many were running. So ranked choice voting says to the voters, you want a progressive candidate, you should get one. The majority of people want a progressive candidate, or whatever, a centrist or a left or a right, whatever. But the majority of people who want that candidate should get that candidate and not be punished because other politicians can't get their act together. I don't think the answer is then to elect the minority person, which is what happened, right? So I think this is where ranked choice voting is a great example of how the system works. We do essentially do a kind of ranked choice voting with town meeting. Who gets the top 5 spots, the top 5 vote getters? So I think we're complicating something. Yes, it has to be complicated on the back end, but at the front end, it doesn't have to be complicated. And I'm in fully support of this, so
But-
I appreciate.
But what you cited is the opposite of ranked choice voting. It's the top 5 vote getters are elected to town meeting.
So because we don't have ranked choice voting and, okay.
Yeah.
And if we did, like, maybe the one who would have finished 6th will actually finish 5th, and the one who finished 5th will end up losing and have to finish.
Yeah.
And that's,
Maybe.
that's to be desired for what reason?
Well,
That's
what do you
to be
mean by the one who
desired.
finished fifth? Is the question.
Well, I'm just
And
saying,
ranked choice
under our
voting,
current system,
yeah.
yeah,
to me,
I
that's the
want to
desired
cite that I'm a candidate who finished
because that
fifth,
because then
fifth by
people's
one
votes-
vote.
then
You know,
people's votes actually count towards the candidate they want. And that is what democracy is about.
I will say that
if there's a difference of one vote between two candidates, what real difference is it whether A survives or B survives?
Yeah.
You
But
know,
with
let
ranked
me
choice
add
voting,
something.
well, if you certainly wanted to survive.
yeah, I know, and I'm so happy I did.
So it looks like the answer to John's question of what is the reason for, what's the need for ranked choice voting is that Jesse Mermel lost and Jake Auchinclose won.
No, that's not the reason. That's an example. That's not fair, Bernard. That's an example, but there is another element to it, which is that.
I just said that because I like Jake.
You couldn't
Auchinclose. He's been
resist.
very good.
No, I know. No, I appreciate
I
that.
think
You're,
he's a
listen,
fine guy,
you're an
but-
attorney. You're trained to argue. What the hell? There is another thing that ranked choice voting in general makes it possible for a minority candidate, and I don't mean minority in terms of race, I mean minority in terms of point of view, a minority candidate to get a seat in proportion to their minority support. Again, I'll go back to the city of Worcester, heart of the Commonwealth, where in 1949, when ranked choice voting was put in, and it was called proportional representation, that's what it was called, there was something on the order of 40 candidates. And there was one person who was really off the charts in terms of his being out there on a different thinker, who managed to get himself elected because he was supported by enough people to get in a proportional representation system. And that's really what we're proposing here. So it gives an opportunity for someone who isn't in the majority to get a piece on a public body.
Okay, let's open the hearing, and I see that the town clerk's here. Do you want to add anything to the discussion as part of the public hearing?
No, I'm just here to answer any questions the committee or the public might have pertaining to my office.
Okay.
I'll suggest questions the select board might want to ask are about the budget or timeline implications or the voting machines we recently purchased.
No.
Okay, there you go.
I do have other questions.
Okay, let's see what the public has to say.
Okay, remember folks, use the hand raiser Q&A feature to indicate you'd like to make a comment. The first person signed up for public comment is Jay Schweitzer Charlotte. He is being promoted now. Jay, you have been promoted to a panelist. You may unmute, share your video, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hello. Is everyone able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Second. Okay. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Jay Fletcher Stout, and I am a member of the Ranked Choice Voting Study Committee. I am speaking only in a personal capacity. Warrant Article 22, as you heard, seeks to give the voters of Brookline a choice. Should Brookline implement ranked choice voting for municipal elections? I believe voters should be given this choice and be asked this question on the ballot. Should Brookline use ranked choice voting? Given that an overwhelming majority of Brookline residents voted for question 2 in November 2020, which is, if passed statewide, would have implemented ranked choice voting, and given that town meeting passed Warrant Article 18, the warrant article that established the ranked choice voting committee by an even larger margin, I think that we should at least entertain the possibility that Brookline voters do in fact, support implementing ranked choice voting. There are many benefits of ranked choice voting, removing the spoiler effect, ensuring majority support, proportionality, and more. But given that ranked choice voting has at least a possibility of improving the town, we should give the voters a choice. Then, whether the ranked choice voting referendum passes or whether it fails, Brookline will truly have seen democracy in action. Please recommend favorable action on Warrant Article 22. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Alexander Neary. Alexander's being promoted now. Alexander, you have been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute, share your video, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, Alex Neary, member of the Ranked Choice Study Committee, speaking for myself only. Just answering John's question of what problem we're trying to solve. And I kind of take a different perspective than a lot of people do on RCV. For me, it's about stability. So imagine you have 5 people running for a select board. One of them is a great incumbent, and one of them is a really strong challenger. If those 2 candidates split the vote, then you can end up with a candidate that doesn't represent the will of the majority of Brookline voters. Ranked choice voting solves that problem, and that's the proposal that's being put forward here. Thank you.
Next person signed up for public comment is Yolanda Rodriguez. Yolanda is being promoted now. Yolanda, you have been promoted to a panelist. You may unmute, share your video, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. Right now, there are an awful lot of people in this country fighting for the right to vote. There's one person, one vote. I understand that. And when I vote for the person that I really believe might do the best job, whatever it happens to be that they're running for, as I've gone through the work and seen it. As I watched the presentation that you did last week, I don't remember if it was for the select board or the advisory, I think it was the advisory subcommittee. And I followed all the examples that you had. And I can't get over the feeling that says I can vote and then rank some other people. If I don't want to rank them, I don't have to. I can just leave my vote there. But if my person isn't winning, then my vote, pieces of it, will go to other people for whom I may not have wanted to vote. And so my vote is no longer my own. I don't understand what it is that is wonderful about taking pieces of my vote. I think at one point someone told me that I was wasting 80% of my vote if I only voted for one person. And I don't understand what? I don't understand why I can't claim the one person I want to vote. At that, you had an example where if you had 7 people on a ballot, if I skipped the next 2 names and put my X on the 4th one, it invalidated the ballot because the machine couldn't do that, and I had to vote and put something next to different people. I think it's a very complicated thing. I disagree with you thinking that it's very easy. If I had learned it in 8th grade, perhaps it would seem much easier for me now, but I don't have my 8th grade brain anymore. And I just don't understand what is gained by what I see as a loss of my control over my entire vote. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Neil Gordon. Neil, you're being promoted to a panelist. Neil, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute, share your video, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. I'm still Neil Gordon, precinct 1 town meeting member. I'm a member of the advisory committee. I'm also a member of the advisory committee's public safety subcommittee that's held its hearing and is further reviewing this particular article. But I have a question that didn't come up at our subcommittee meeting / hearing, but did come up last week on the PAX listserv. And it's specific to town meeting races. I'll add that I served as the precinct 1 representative on the redistricting committee. The redistricting committee post census went to great effort to create 2 majority minority districts. We created 2 in precincts 2 and precincts 4. We cobbled together census blocks such that there is barely a majority minority, but it is in excess of 50%. So my comment is specific to town meeting races and the notion of proportional representation. So we've cobbled together 2 majority minority precincts for a reason, right? and I don't need to explain what those reasons are. But I give you this example in those 2 precincts, and let me use easy numbers. Let's say that the minority is actually 60%. The majority minority is a 60% minority and 40% not. And we have 5 seats up for representation. Under the current system, in that majority minority precinct, the majority would be the minority, however defined, would be able to elect 5 town meeting members in that precinct. With proportional results, the likely outcome will be the winning of 3 seats, and the majority, let's call it the white minority, which is what it is in the case of precincts 2 and 4, using my 60-40 example, would get 2 seats. So now instead of having a 2 precinct majority minority that could elect presumably 10 seats to their choosing and their liking, they get 6. Could somebody, am I right, wrong, or how does this not dilute the impact of the majority minority precincts that we went to great lengths to craft in the last redistricting?
Well, you're ignoring the other, what would happen in the other 15 precincts if people only vote along racial lines, which hopefully they don't do.
So to be clear, I don't know what happens in the other precincts, but I know that the minority representation, and we're talking racial minority, the minority representation in the other precincts is particularly low. And it's particularly high in precincts 2 and precincts 4, in part because we assembled those 2 precincts with an intentional outcome of making them majority minority. I think that
30 seconds, Neil, sorry.
So just let me conclude. I think that in the other 15 precincts, you have you don't have that same minority impact. What happens in these 2 particular precincts that we cobbled together for good reason is my question.
You had to cobble together for good reason because you don't have proportional representation across the whole town. And so you had to gerrymander in order to create these things.
No, actually, what we reverse gerrymandered is what we did.
Well, gerrymander in the sense of crafting on purpose in order to create a majority, as opposed to creating something that's geographically sensible or neighborhood sensible or something of that sort. So it's gerrymandering.
All right, so my last comment.
Gerrymandering of a sort. But you wouldn't have to if you
let
had.
me put this in context quickly, and I'm done with my public comment. But we only do this every 10 years. The next census is going to be in 2030, and the next post-census election is going to be in 2032. So these precincts are in place for a while.
Okay.
We have 9 attendees. online, and no one is currently using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like.
Okay, let's close the hearing and let's see. I guess that's all we have to do. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I have a brief response on the minority, if that would help.
Sure.
It's just, I mean, precinct 2, for example, is a minority district, but it's certainly not true that we elected a full slate of minority candidates in that precinct, right? So I think the example is a little contrived there. The idea of ranked choice voting is that we will actually get closer to a proportional representation in those districts as well. 30% of the seats for a 60% minority population would be better than we actually got in precinct 2. We only got we got 20%, I think. So yeah, I think there's still room to improve even in the minority precincts.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
John,
I'm
you
sorry.
wanna
I
get the
know. I
last
do.
word in?
I do. Sorry. I do want to just say this much because the question that we dealt with earlier was my question of what problem does ranked choice voting solve? What we didn't address was, does ranked choice voting create problems? And no less a person than Eitan Hirsch, who lives in Brookline, is one of our neighbors, happens to be at Tufts, happens to be one of the few people in academia who has actually done a lot of research on ranked choice voting, wrote extensively during the state campaign on the ranked choice voting question to say that it creates problems. And among the problems he cited, the problem known in psychology as loss aversion. People tend to feel losses more strongly than they feel gains. Nobody likes it when their candidate loses an election, but they'll feel burned if they think their candidate won and the victory was taken away from them. That's one example. And he cites evidence from a student at MIT, did a doctoral dissertation on ranked choice voting, used experiments in which participants used ranked choice voting ballots and traditional ballots. And he found that the ranked choice voting makes voters feel less confident in the system. Ranked choice voting rules, quote, are stacked against the voter and their party. A second problem with ranked choice voting, it makes voting harder. That's been shown through, research on actual election trials at which, afterwards experts, looked at how people responded to facing the ballot and found that it actually makes it much sort of harder for voters to figure out the ballot. And so, there are problems that ranked choice voting creates. And I think we got to weigh that. And we also, as I say, got to weigh the question of, does it really solve any problems?
Okay, so let's let Scott answer and.
Yeah, sure.
Well,
I mean,
okay, I had an
and
answer
let's-
for it too, but I sort of, I was on this committee because I was interested in this topic. So,
Well, after Scott.
okay, let's see what he says.
I'll say question 2 passed Brookline by 70%. There is a strong feeling in the town of Brookline among our voters that they want something like
Well, that was for at the state level.
it's at the state level.
Right,
And we'll
and it was
hopefully we'll
rejected.
have the
Wait,
opportunity to
let's
see what
not get into a
what the
back and
results
forth.
are
Yeah, I know.
in town.
I just want to be sure people understand that.
Sure, but I think there is sufficient evidence to indicate that this should at least get put on a ballot to let the town decide, given their previous history supporting these efforts. It's also been successful in, Arlington, Northampton, East Hampton, Concord, and Amherst are also going down this path. Some of them have already successfully gotten their city charters in some cases approved. So it's not like we're on the moon here. And I'm going to throw it back to Mike Sandman because
Briefly.
his experience in Worcester, which I'm sure he'll relate, was that it was a success. And in general, where places implement ranked choice voting, they see a sharp uptick in voter participation.
Quickly.
I'll stop and it was the article, 70% of Brookline voters rejected Eitan's and others' views on ranked choice voting and
At the state level.
at the state, but it would have applied to, presumably would have enabled us to do ranked choice voting here. There is one other example that I wanted to give you, and that is that Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska won as a write-in vote as a consequence of ranked choice voting in Alaska. And so interestingly enough, Maine and Alaska have ranked choice
think
voting.
you're thinking of Mary Peralta, actually. Lisa Murkowski won a write-in election, that's true. but
Yeah.
Mary Peralta, who was the first Democrat and took down Young's seat, she won because of ranked choice.
Against in a congressional
Sarah
race,
Palin,
but wasn't Lisa Murkowski also elected as a in a ranked choice voting contest?
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah,
Let's move on. Okay, we get the point.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Maybe.
Okay, moving on. Special town meeting. Question of calling a special town meeting on Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023 at 7:30, High School Auditorium to waive the requirements. Or no, our vote is to waive the requirements in section 2.1.2 through 0.4 to open and close the warrant in an expedited period. And to insert in the warrant the following article, which is having to do with guns. Anyone, you want to?
It's just, there's petition for a special town meeting called. I think it was potentially because the petitioners might have missed the deadline for the warrant.
Yeah.
So they got the requisite number of signatures to call a special town meeting. It's a one article special town meeting about discharging and carrying firearms. And our recommendation is that you call it for the first night of town meeting, half an hour after the annual town meeting, half an hour after it begins.
Okay.
So that it's ready to go. You can consider it as, you can have the special within the annual. The moderator can take it up at whatever time that he sees fit.
Okay. And I see Melissa's on the screen. You have anything to add?
I just waited all this time.
Nope. Basically, in order to schedule it within the annual town meeting, you need to waive the notice requirements of sending out the warrant 75 days before the meeting. But we will send out the warrant immediately after you execute.
Right. Okay. This
Can
is
we
not
execute
listed
it
as
as
a
a
vote,
hybrid?
so,
You got,
pardon me?
yeah.
I said,
Yeah,
can
we
we
gotta vote.
execute it as a
Yeah, we gotta
hybrid?
vote to call
We
it.
have to vote.
Yeah.
Even though it's,
Okay.
even though if it's not a question of calling a special town meeting.
Okay.
Lets you vote, and so you have the standard vote language at the
Right.
top. So you're
Okay.
good.
So we're ready to vote on this?
Yes.
Miriam?
Yes.
Okay. We're not voting on the
We're not voting on the warrant article, we're voting on the town meeting.
Calling the
right,
town
calling
meeting.
town meeting, and
Yeah.
we're not voting on the substance of the.
Right,
warrant
I
No.
carry my Uzi, you know.
Yeah.
You want to carry this? Okay, hey, that's not funny.
Yeah.
Okay.
No laughing matter.
It's not funny in light of what happened. in
Oh,
Nashville.
well, it's not funny when it happened all over the country.
Right, and the proximity of certain states that people can acquire certain things from. So I guess all in favor of calling the special town meeting for the purpose indicated. John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. That ends this meeting. Okay, thank you. It's 10 o'clock.
All right.
Late.
No, okay.
Great try.
Yeah, we're right.